And welcome here to the Eastern College Athletic Conference. Very, very excited to bring you this lovely action here today with Esports U. My name is Orbital. With me is Pyro, and we'll be bringing you into the start of the 2022 Spring Division. Pyro, how you feeling?
Oh, feeling good. Start of the season, fresh vibes. A chance for these teams to set the tone for the season, right? Roger Williams University, Team Gold versus St. Andrews Esports. They get the chance to make their wave in this series. So we get to see how they'll start out, Orbital. I don't know. You feeling like it's going to be hot out the gate, real fresh, real hot?
Yeah, I'm hoping so. Of course, we do have Rocket League. I mean, it is a game of speed and a game of enjoyment. And again, it'll be 3-on-3s to let everyone know this is the very standard that we have here. And it'll be very, very fun to see how they all perform here with the ECAC and to kick off the season. Of course, in 3v3s, it's always a little bit more hectic, a lot more enjoyment, I like to say. And that'll be really, really fun to watch.
Yeah, Rocket League is my shtick, and that's because there is always the action happening at every single moment. Speaking of action, I think we have that coming very soon here, and we can't wait to get this best of 5 match coming our way. That's the best thing about it as well, Orbital. Best of 5s, these teams, they'll get a chance to kind of figure each other out as the series go. You know, game 1, all on the mark. They get a chance to get things underway. We are indeed underway. Game 1, RWU versus St. Andrews.
It's going to be a fun one as, of course, we do kick things off all the way. RWU on the blue, St. Andrews on the orange side. Repping those colors really nice and already into play, of course. We are just in the mid here. It's been kind of stuck in position, as you can tell. No reason not to be. Of course, everyone is still vying for that first goal with the ball pretty much played in the middle. However, RWU still taking chances at the goal. St. Andrews mostly on defense.
St. Andrews, though, they will get an attempted clear that almost finds its way into the back of the net. Those big clears can be huge opportunities for these teams to get chances to work up that offense, get that transition going, maybe take the other team by surprise. Sean trying to do that with a pass off the top of the backboard. It's quickly swung away, though, by St. Andrews. I'm already telling that SAU is a really in-your-face kind of team. I like the way they're already positioning. They're ready to get these challenges in from the get-go. Spirits running through. They seem to be on top of their ball game at the start here.
This is going to be a chance and a half, and again, tone is the way I see it, right? If you're watching these games, it's all about, you know, who gets the first goal, who gets the first run, and everything of the sort. Anyone that's played Rocket League understands that the first goal brings with it a lot of momentum, and with that momentum can bring itself some big wins and almost a save, but it's not going to happen. Spirit on the side of St. Andrews will go ahead and get the first one in the goal.
Front flip so crucial after the shot is taken. That's the bulldozer approach, so that if the defender 50s it straight back to you, you're ready for the rebuttal. First on the board is St. Andrews for game 1. And it has been all about that tone setter as this season kind of opens. You're looking for who's going to make the first mark. St. Andrews gets it right there.
Now we get a chance at a second again. It took about 2 minutes, but St. Andrews, of course, go ahead and make it a goal a minute. Very easy open shot. And, of course, Sean was doing his best, but Spirit with a phenomenal mid-court shot, or midfield shot. I'm very, very sorry. Thinking basketball there. Ugh, that's not good.
Hey, there are some corollaries there from basketball or Rocket League. You know, if someone's on fire from SAU, RWU, they may need to double team them. You never know. You don't see that a lot in Rocket League, but maybe more so in the Hoops extra mode. But we got Sakar here, and we got St. Andrews off to a great start. Spirit trying to find maybe a third goal. It's a pass off the backboard. The shot turned away. RWU getting chances to defend these shots, but then having a hard time working up some offensive possession.
Yeah, and there are ways to play on the defensive side if you can slow down the pace and be able to handle it, but unfortunately that's going to be an open goal. Great clear by Sean, but as you were saying, RWU having some difficulties, and this is because exactly this, the passes coming out. St. Andrews has been fairly solid, and that was a shot and a half on the goal. Great stall out from St. Andrews. They're going to clear it to mid and try and bounce a back. Phenomenal opening by Win, who tries to go off the backboard, can't make it, just off the goalpost.
Forcing more pressure, though, as it amounts. Spirit is going to back off. The Demolition is going to open things up for St. Andrews. Move back down the field. They're confused, though, who to get on this ball. Sean is going to cut into it, and maybe their best opportunity right here. Good backward defense, though, from Spirit. They seem to have this back line just locked down. That last shot that we saw from RWU looked like the one to sink it, but somehow, some way, SAU are on top of every single try.
Yeah, and I think that speaks volumes, right? In a game where you could easily see a rack up of, 6-7 goals so quickly, it seems defense has been put at the forefront for both these squads. I give huge props to RWU for, with how often the aggression has come from St. Andrews, RWU have contained it to 2 goals, and in the first game, right, you are feeling each other out. You're trying to figure out some windows of opportunity. Do you want to play in the air? Do you want to play the ground game? Which one will yield the best results? And with the demo open, that's going to give a light opportunity here. Once again, for St. Andrews, goal is open, but an immediate flip back. RWU battling for the ball.
Yeah, one of the first longer possessions for RWU. Maybe they'll get another chance here, but they'll give up possession instead. SAU are on the forefront now. The shot's going to be fired to the opposite post. Sean in front of it to turn it away, trying to make out of maybe a breakaway out of some sort. The pass upfield for Can Sox could work out. A pass but low on boost, unable to find the resources to get that final try for RWU. Very limited chances for them now to turn this back into a tied-up game. We're certainly not going to see that. Spirit's going to lay down the final sinker for them to secure a game 1.
Would you look at that? Solid shots all around, and St. Andrews, over the course of 5 minutes, have gone ahead and locked in 3 goals. And as you said, that pretty much is done and dusted for this game 1. It's very difficult unless you get some phenomenal openings to kind of pressure in for those. A stop right at the goal lines means there will be no 4th, but that's okay with St. Andrews. It's a 3-0 shutout here with the hold from St. Andrews. They'll go ahead and move forward in this best of 5. Almost a goal. They'll make it a 4th. That'll be a very nice shot in as a win. MRE will go ahead and lock down another goal.
Yeah, why not? Why not? Just to force the issue. I mean, St. Andrews capitalize off of a dominating win here from game 1, and you hinted at it earlier, Orbital, is the fact that SAU, it's not like they're a deeply offensive team. A lot of these opportunities coming from solidifying their defense, holding their ground, and then these quick transitions enable them to really catch their opponent off guard from RWU and find these goals.
Yeah, and RWU, for what they've done, their defensive side is fairly good. Their clearance is a little bit rough just because of the pressure that was being given, and that's always difficult to talk about, right? It sounds weird with all these tactics, but anyone that has played or watched for Hika League at any sort of level understands that there are rotations to this, right? The players do move around in kind of certain patterns, and that determines how you work on the aggression. And so far, St. Andrews have been doing a full court press. They have done man-to-man defense, have been able to hang on to the ball so long. So what I would like to see is maybe RWU take a step back, try and take a look at maybe some of the patterns that are being run, and try and dissect St. Andrews that way, because at this point, going the man-to-man, going straight for that ball sometimes is not the right choice. St. Andrews are just getting some of these free shots. I'd love to see RWU take a little bit slower pace and then go for some of those more aggressive movements once they get the ball in their court.
I like the more basketball analogies, man-to-man defense.
It never stops. It never stops.
I'm waiting for the 1-2-1 or the 2-3 Syracuse defense. What's it gonna be? It's gonna be yet another shot. Why not? SAU 5 uncontested now at this point in the series.
Yeah, that one was just taking advantage of an opening. St. Andrews realized that they had the open field, went for the corner goal, and the pinch was solid. And now Can Sox is trying to go for that early contest. Can't make it happen. A nice flip over the top, but no one there to receive it. So unfortunately, the goal will have to go a different way.
It will, but that's not to mistaken that they've been able to turn it back over. You said that maybe RWU, they need to find a more defensive maneuver, reset, and then turn into these more coordinated offensive pushes, and I think they've done exactly that. We'll turn away, though, as they kind of move back up the field. SAU having the chance. Sean behind it, trying to flick past St. Andrews, but they've covered that half-court line so well.
Ooh. And that's a little bounce over. Sean actually got bumped by the rest of the in-air fighting pretty much. It was a jostling of positioning, but that's going to be a shot. Once again, RWU looking much better on the attack here. St. Andrews, after that first goal, have actually struggled to get it off their side of the field, so RWU seems to have found some opportunities almost in that midfield, mid-air advantage.
Oh, they were cooking up something hot there. Double attack from St. Andrews as they moved towards the net, but they just didn't find it in the end. This is going to be moved back downfield, though. Win with a chance to find a shot. It's open in front of the box. No, turned away, and we're back up the wall.
Yep. This is going to be a chance once again, and it does feel like defense has kind of given leeway. Both teams just kind of going, we're not worried about that. Let's go ahead and run it forward. And I think that's also an appropriate call. Long shot bounced out as Sean is being that main defender. Up the top goes Win MRE. Going to go ahead, throw it up top. But the high ball plays is definitely forcing a lot of these players to run a lot of the boosts. So we're probably going to see a little bit of a lull in the action here as the aggression comes out and the clearance comes through from RWU.
Yeah, you see those elevations, and you see, RW trying to take an elevating tactic on the shot. It's misfired, though, and St. Andrews still able to continue this clean slate as they back off. But maybe RW have a chance to bring this further. Around the corner, past one defender. There's just one left to string it out, clear it away. Cansox with a shot, saved again. St. Andrews again and again in position to keep that ball away.
Yeah. And something to say is St. Andrews, once they block or once they clear, they always have someone ready to go to help out, right? That is something that's why you see St. Andrews, when they clear, it's almost an automatic attack on the other side. Someone is always there to receive, whereas RWU, they're having trouble. They're sending two to aggress, which means a third has to come out of the goal to try and follow up on it. So it's a little bit more difficult, but that also allows for individual players to shine. That's going to be a shot and a goal made just like that. Sean is able to make it happen.
Finally, they're on the board, and it is Sean to find that pass. The backward defense from St. Andrews has been so smooth throughout this series, but it finally falters. Falls just once, and that's all that RWU needed to capitalize. Speaking of capitalization, SAU are back. The go-ahead goal right after the kickoff.
And look at that. As I said, I'm happy that I got it right. St. Andrews, off of that bounce, they had someone prepped off on the wings, were able to pass it off, and then a midfield shot. That is something that you have to be worried about if you are on RWU's side. A great save, or great defensive set right there, and now they're going to bump it on their own side. St. Andrews, with the 2-1 lead, are going to try and slowly make their way back up the field.
I'm worried for this team's mental at this point. They finally got a breath of fresh air, a sigh of relief once they equalized, and immediately it was turned against them. And so that's just exhausting as a team to have to work behind the 8-ball so often. But for some teams, it pushes them, it motivates them, it activates their offense, and it may have done it right here. A pass from the backboard, a shot afterwards, and Cansox will finish.
Canning the goal to tie things up. This time, it's Cansox and the rest of Roger Williams University to make the play happen, and that's what I've been waiting to see. RWU needed some team coordination of their own. They haven't been able to prep it on their own side, but this time around, they make it happen. Big demolition sends the ball flying off to St. Andrews' side, and they're going to try and manage in the midfield. A nice little touch does give way to RWU fighting for possession.
For possession and maybe for a goal. The long clear is batted away by Salty Ocean is back. Possession for St. Andrews, but he's demoed off the field. The physical play, firing explosions everywhere we see. Another shot from Sean may set up Salty Ocean, but turned away again. St. Andrews, for the first time, seem to have their back against the wall.
It's more along the lines that they just don't want to go to overtime, right? They've got one. They want to move to 2-0. And that's going to be a wall run, and you can't block it off of that. Spirit took the shot and is going to secure that 3-2 lead. Sox tried their best with the defensive play, and you can see there the boost. A phenomenal shot to be made. RW fighting in these last 20 seconds.
Gotta admit, I thought it was Roger Williams coming on back and making a statement here, but St. Andrews, they are of resiliency. There is still a chance, though. RWU with 13 seconds, the shot actually on target, set away by Spirit. Do they have another chance? Sox? That's cleared away. A big boom downfield could give them the last blow, but no. Back in their zone. It is popped up, though. Doesn't end until that ball hits the ground, and that's exactly what it will do. St. Andrews survive. They're up in this series 2-0.
Yeah. To keep in mind, though, I will give credit over to RWU. They were able to fight back, but they were always chasing St. Andrews, right? That is something that has to be pointed out. St. Andrews, at all times, were in the lead, except up to the tie, and then in the last 20 seconds. RWU seemed to have found a handle, though. I really want to give them props. They had a phenomenal team play to actually score. I believe it was that first and second goal. Great positioning. They need to now go back on defense, though. The 2 goals that St. Andrews started on were very open goals, right? They were the opening, the crack in the armor that you can't let happen against some of these squads, or they will take advantage of it.
That's right. And the narrative has shifted a little bit now because, as you said, Roger Williams, they've kind of found their footing. It's not a need to stabilize and try and find some composure. It's try to ride off of the momentum that they're starting to get. You know, those 2 equalizers that they had in game 2, they've got to throw those into leads. Like, I am so desperate to see how Roger Williams plays when they're in the lead. So many teams have a different style, strategy, flair when they've got that confidence booming, and they're so close, but we have yet to see it. So game 3, it may be their last chance to get that. This could be a sweep. This is match point now for St. Andrews.
Yeah, and no better way to start off your season, right? With a 3-0 victory, being able to label yourself as one of the top dogs, being able to push yourself up to that forefront of everyone's minds, it feels good. And it also allows you to kind of roll forward with that, right? You say, hey, we won this game. How did we win it? Okay, let's keep moving. This is what worked in this match. Now, again, every series is a little bit different, but I like it. SAU, one of the big points that I saw is not only were their individual performances good, but being able to capitalize on mistakes and openings is another skill to be had, right? We can talk about team coordination, but the individuals that can spot those openings, say, hey, I found this opening, let's run it, let's take this shot, and being able to angle it in, that's its own level of skill and complication. So not only is their team prep good, finding the weaknesses is so important, and it's all about can you capitalize. So very, very well done from St. Andrews. I want to see it happen again, though. I want to see goals from both ends. I want to see everyone on the team be able to score and show up here in game 3.
And speak of it, and it will appear. Game 3 is on. St. Andrews with one more win can take the series. Oh, with the demolition they had an opening. And we've seen St. Andrews capitalize, as you said, Orbital. At the very start of the game, that was game 2 that they found the first goal, and they're hot straight out the gate again.
Yeah, and I'm liking this a little bit more. So in game 1, we saw Sean being that defensive goalkeeper almost over and over again. We didn't really see any rotations, but now we're seeing properly rotate in between goalie and defender. I like how they're doing this, and that gives them way more opportunities to clear. You can see here, but that also leaves the goal wide open. Is this going to be a goal in? You just right at home, and as I was praising them, all 3 went for the ball, and that's what you can't have happen. Look at that. Just a free goal to write it in for St. Andrews.
Yeah, that one's going to be on the replay review as the highlighted moment for RWU. But St. Andrews, you said it, they capitalize on mistakes. And you know what? That has a lot to do with their positioning. They could have easily retreated on defense and given themselves another try later. But no, they decided to press up. And that's what it is about St. Andrews. They really never give up on those opportunities. They're always in position to capitalize on mistakes. And that's what makes St. Andrews here. They've got the lead. And the question is, can they extend it? Oh, with a bullet, they can.
Oh, that was from midfield too, off a wall pinch. Look at that. Glorious shot. And props to Can Sox for trying to defend that. That is a very difficult one to get off. And again, St. Andrews, that's the first time we've seen a midfield shot in such a long time. Huge props to them for going 2-0 once again.
Indeed, and it could be 3-0, and it will be as we're blinded by the explosion here. That's yet another for St. Andrews.
Oh, and this is where that momentum kind of comes into play. Even though you reset back to 0, once you reset back to, neutral ground, it's so difficult sometimes for teams to kind of get out of that momentum, right? To break that momentum stride that a team will have. And St. Andrews rode that to now a 3-0 lead before 3 minutes left on the clock. And, oh, that was very, very close. RWU almost got a free goal.
I feel like St. Andrews, they were starting to get confident. I just don't want to see them get cocky. I don't want to see them lose that composure that, they've been so good with. That one almost going in as well. RWU finding very close opportunities, but with them not being able to be finished, it's allowed St. Andrews to get back in their mode. Another shot comes off the crossbar. How many will hit the woodwork, Orbital, before RWU find one?
I mean, I'm expecting at least 6 or 7 if they're allowed to have that sort of aggressive attack. That was 3 shots on goal, and honestly, all 3 could have been made in if RWU were able to angle it in properly. That's how close it was. Great demolition from the back to try and space out this fight, but that's going to be a goal in. You went for the demo, but forgot the ball, and Jukebox capitalized off of that. You can see it right there. The demo opened up such a wide open space, and they carry on through.
I can only appreciate it for Roger Williams, right? They're trying to spice up their gameplay. They're trying to throw something new into the mix that's going to revitalize this team and maybe get them back in this game of 3 and make this series a series. But they do miss that one key component, and they're missing those reinforcements as well, Orbital. There's got to be someone guarding the net in a situation where, like that, where you just don't have full possession. Speaking of which, that one's just going to bounce its way in. I mean, roll out the red carpet. That ball took its own path into the net.
Yeah. Sean actually played that very well. You could see the roll to the side and gentle bump up. You don't have to always pinch it. You don't always have to send it at 90 miles per hour. Just a gentle bump if you have that goal open, and they are able to make it in. Now they need at least 2 more if they want to make it competitive here. And then 3 to tie it up. Sean is going to give it the best try possible. Where to go from here? Again, ball on the side of RWU. The little bounce sets it up for St. Andrews to take a shot.
Yeah, a shot going to be turned away by Sean. Need something to move this away. What a save there for Can Sox. That's the kind of reaction time. That's the kind of second set of positioning on defense that this team has needed throughout the series. The problem is it's only coming out of its shell now. Still, though, with a flick, getting past defenders is RWU. They'll try and regain possession here on the half-court line. It's going to be Can Sox, the one player to kind of make waves for this Roger Williams team. It's sent out mid, and they've got a teammate there. It's broken up by St. Andrews, and boy, are they taking time off this clock that'll work to their advantage.
And their shots are ruthless as well. You can see they take the opening, they take the shots, but it's all precise. Every time, if RWU does not have a defender in their own goal, they will most likely lose out on it. And with a minute left, RWU have to find a phenomenal run here. As long as St. Andrews is on the ball, I don't think it's going to happen, but miracles can appear. 50 seconds left, 45 now on the clock, and looks like a little bit of a bounce and roll. That's going to be a shot blocked once again by a St. Andrews member.
They've their opportunities this game. Can they finish them? It's going to be Sean trying to get in front of the ball. Cansox with a shot. Retreating as the defense for St. Andrews to that ball, and they will once again turn it away as they have many times this series. In game one, it was a shutout. In these last couple of games and been able to keep them so low, so far away to their own scoreline. St. Andrews on a victory lap, as in the beginning of this season, they are going to be the top dog. As you said, Orbital, St. Andrews are now the team to beat.
Of course, the question is will it be? Nope, it will only be a 4-1 score, and that'll put it at 3-0. Phenomenal play on both sides, and it was so much fun to watch. St. Andrews, though, a cut above. Have to give them props there. Individually, phenomenal plays, and you could definitely see when they don't go for chances, right? You could see when they won the game at that point. It was 4-1 with a minute left. You don't like to call it early, but with how steady they were, they said, hey, don't take any shots that you don't have to. We want to place the ball in positions advantageous to us on defense. They never took a shot if they didn't have to, and maintain control. That is something that you don't normally see. Normally you see some flair. Normally you see someone going for it like crazy, and yet they played it smart and they played it safe.
Yeah, a team of grand perceptiveness. They're observing their territory and striking when the moment is right. That's what it takes to be a good Predator. That's what it takes to be a good Rocket League team. And that for sure we can say is St. Andrews as they win their first match here in the start of the spring division. And they get to start out this season just right. But Orbital, I feel like we've got more matches still on deck.
Yeah, we definitely do. But before that, we want to get an interview, right? We want to see into the minds of the players that have even played here. So if you give us just a few moments, I think a very, very short break, we'll be right back with an interview with one of the members from St. Andrew to get a glimpse into their minds as they start off on the right foot here at the ECAC League.
Find the resources to get that final try for RWU. Very limited chances for them now to turn this back into a tied-up game.
They'll go ahead and move forward in this best of 5. Almost a goal. They'll make it a 4th. That'll be a very nice shot in as a win. MRE. Go ahead and lock down another goal.
Yeah, why not? Why not? Just to force the issue. I mean, St. Andrews capitalize. Analogies, man-to-man defense.
It never stops. It never stops.
I'm waiting for the 1-2-1 or the 2-3 Syracuse defense. What's it gonna be? It's gonna be yet another.
Sending 2 to aggress, which means a third has to come out of the goal to try and follow up on it. So it's a little bit more difficult, but that also allows for individual players to shine. That's gonna be a shot and a goal made.
Move throughout this series, but it finally falters. Just once, and that's all that RWU needed to capitalize. Speaking of cat wall,
it's more along the lines that they just don't want to go to overtime, right? They've got one, they want to move to 2-0, and that's going to be a wall run, and you can't block it off. In between goalie and defender, I like how they're doing this, and that gives them way more opportunities to clear. You can see it here, but that also leaves the goal wide open. Is this going to be a goal in? You just right at home.
Opportunities, they're always in position to capitalize on mistakes. And that's what makes St. Andrews here. They've got the lead, and the question is, can they extend it? Oh, with a bullet!
A midfield shot in such a long time. Huge props to them for going 2-0 once again.
Indeed, and it could be 3-0.
You were able to angle it in properly. That's how close it was. Great demolition from the back to try and space out this fight, but that's going to be a goal in. You went for the
middle. There's got to be someone guarding the net in a situation where like that, where you just don't have full possession. Speaking of which, that one's just going to bounce. It's find the resources to get that final try for RWU. Very limited chances for them now to turn this back into a tied-up game.
They'll go ahead and move forward in this best of 5. Almost a goal. They'll make it a 4th. That'll be a very nice shot in as a win. MRE. Go ahead and lock down another goal.
Yeah, why not? Why not? Just to force the issue. I mean, St. Andrews capitalize. Analogies, man-to-man defense.
It never stops. It never stops.
I'm waiting for the 1-2-1 or the 2-3 Syracuse defense. What's it gonna be? It's gonna be yet another.
Sending 2 to aggress, which means a third has to come out of the goal to try and follow up on it. So it's a little bit more difficult, but that also allows for individual players to shine. That's going to be a shot and a goal made.
Moved throughout this series, but it finally falters. Falls just once, and that's all that RWU needed to capitalize. Speaking of cat wall.
It's more along the lines that they just don't want to go to overtime, right? They've got one. They want to move to 2-0. And that's going to be a wall run, and you can't block it in between goalie and defender. I like how they're doing this, and that gives them way more opportunities to clear. You can see it here, but that also leaves the goal wide open. Is this going to be a goal in? You just write it home.
Opportunities, they're always in position to capitalize on mistakes. And that's what makes St. Andrews here. They've got the lead, and the question is, can they extend it? Oh, with a bullet!
A midfield shot in such a long time. Huge props to them for going 2-0 once again.
Indeed, and it could be 3-0.
You were able to angle it in properly. That's how close it was. Great demolition from the back to try and space out this fight, but that's going to be a goal in. You went for the
middle. There's got to be someone guarding the net in a situation where, like that, where you just don't have full possession. Speaking of which, that one's just going to bounce. It's find the resources to get that final try for RWU. Very limited chances for them now to turn this back into a tied-up game.
They'll go ahead and move forward in this best of 5. Almost a goal. They'll make it a 4th. That'll be a very nice shot in as a win. MRE go ahead and lock down another goal.
Yeah, why not? Why not? Just to force the issue. I mean, St. Andrews capitalize. Analogies, man-to-man defense.
It never stops. It never stops.
I'm waiting for the 1-2-1 or the 2-3 Syracuse defense. What's it gonna?
All right, welcome back. We're ready to go for an interview with one of the members from the side of St. Andrews University. A phenomenal win at 3-0, completely shutting out the opposition. And we do have one of the members who is Win Moore, who we unfortunately mispronounced the name a few times, and I feel very, very bad. I said MRE. It is not. It is Win Moore, as they did today. Win Moore, how you feeling?
Feeling pretty good. Pretty good. How about you?
Doing okay. I mean, that win was a very fun one. Overall, how'd you feel about that win? 3-0 to kick things off.
It felt really good. We could tell that what we've been working on throughout the week actually showed in the games.
Yeah, it certainly was displayed on the battlefield tonight, if I can call it that. But I'm curious about your team kind of coming into the start of the season, right? I mean, game 1, you start out with a shutout as well. Did you expect your team to be so dominant in the season at the beginning?
Really coming into the season, I was hoping we would come out dominant like we did, but I didn't really know what to expect with us having to change a player from last season. But it turned out really well.
Yeah, no doubt with roster adjustments, there's always that question mark of how a team will formulate. But you guys seem to really turn out pretty well. I'd say, there was game 2 where it looked a little bit closer. Do you feel like coming out of that series, even though it was a 3-0, there are any adjustments to be made with the team?
There's always adjustments to be made, but we'll probably keep the same roster, just work on the same things that we've been working on, and add a couple more things that we'll need to work on.
Well, there you go, and phenomenal time. Now, looking forward, do you feel like with the caliber of other contestants coming in here, other opponents to be played, do you feel like you can continue this, or do you think there are any opponents that you're excited or worried to face off against?
I hope we get to play a team we played last semester, UConn, because that's the season. That was the first game we had, and we got blown out by them. So I'm looking forward to having another game against them.
All right, well, there you go. UConn, you heard it here first. St. Andrews is ready to go for the rematch. Win More, thank you very much for the interview, and congratulations on the great start to your season. With that, of course, here at the desk, we will be closing things out for game number 1 or series number 1, but don't go anywhere. We'll have even more Rocket League action to be played, where I do believe we have the University of Central Missouri coming out here against Long Island University. I do apologize if I said anything wrong there, but it will be our second matchup of the day, so please don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more ECAC Rocket League action. Back and ready to go, and I have my matches all set. I do apologize for my initial entry. I was talking about the third match of the day. It will be the second matchup, though, as we get underway with Missouri Western State University versus St. Lawrence University, which will be a very fun one, as I do believe Missouri Western State actually have a very long track record here in the ECAC.
That's right. Yeah, a solid 6-2 regular season in the last season, and getting a lot of big wins in that regular season. It did appear that their playoff run got cut a little bit short, though, by University of Kentucky from what we saw. So they're looking for a resurgence. They're looking to really come out hot and on top in their first game of this season. The question is, can they do that against SLU?
Yeah, and that is something that we really have to watch for, as some of these old dogs, and I love talking about the old guard, right? The teams from the previous season that have some history behind it. It's always fun to watch them and kind of watch them face off against some newer dogs, right? SLU, St. Lawrence University do not have a track record. I believe this is one of their first seasons here with the ECAC. So to watch the splash that they will make, whether it's someone to watch for or someone that still has to grow, I think that'll be a really, really good challenge, and also a great way to test MWS here.
Definitely. And as NWS comes in here with some experience, they'll often know the teams in the league, right? You don't know St. Lawrence University from what we know, of course. So, it's fresh blood. You gotta find a way to react during game one, feel out your opponents, and figure out how to best them. And that's going to be the beauty of game one. That's what we get to keep our eyes on, is how they adapt in real time in game one. It's got to be my favorite game outside of game five, of course, Orbital.
Yeah, game fives are always interesting, and I love it, but it's a culmination of the 4 chapters beforehand. And so far in our last match, we did see a lot of groundwork being played, right? So I want to see a bit more aerial battles. I love aerial battles personally because I can never do that. I suck at Rocket League notoriously in my entire friend group. So it'll be really, really fun to see if we do get to see some aerial battles. Of course, we do get things off with SLU repping that orange and MWSU repping that blue. So far, it seems NWSU already going on the high offensive.
Yeah, they've got a reputation to uphold here, so surely they want to do that at the very get-go. And they're already batting chances in the way. The ball comes off the crossbar on the save and eventually is taken out. MWSU, if they had continued that offensive possession, they may have found the goal, but they found an opening here, surely. No defense to be found from SLU, and finally MK gets the goal.
Missouri Western State University, of course, putting stuff up and handing it off to MK. Phenomenal standing right there, and being able to get such an early goal. We saw how pivotal that was in our last series, right? Starting the series off on the right foot, getting that first goal or anything of the sort is very, very important. Carrying that momentum into your next set of goals is just as equally, as Chura is going to go ahead and go up for a little bit of a long shot, but with a demo on the back end, SLU can't do too much.
Ooh, and that was one that MWSU might want back, as they had a lot of the net to work with there. But SLU will kind of get that second chance, if you will. They'll get that opportunity to solidify their defense once again. Look at the backboard play from Chura, though. Trying to get a double, maybe even a triple tap would have been glorious. I know, Orbital, you wanted to see the aerial plays, the big mechanical goodness. We may just get that indeed.
Yeah, and this also means some very fast-paced Rocket League action here. As we do see the chances of the single targets, this is more individuals kind of going for those efforts, and MK really being the striker up front has so far been the one on the aggressive. SLU, I think, are starting to read that ever so slightly. All right, listen, if MK is running up, we have to be careful. Great save once again to deny SLU a chance at that goal.
Yeah, that's one of the first opportunities I think that SLU have actually gotten on the offensive side. They'll look to make more of that magic happen as Gubbins moves up the field. Oh, being very patient on the challenge there, trying to fake some punches there. A little bit of pump fake action. I know, Orbital, you were talking basketball earlier. I'm taking it to football. We got all the sports on the Rocket League, seeing these battle cards know how to twist and turn their way to make any kind of moves happen, and SLU still trying to gain some ground. They may get a chance here.
Yeah, that was a nice double tap. Just couldn't follow up with it, unfortunately. The angle was a little bit off, and SLU being able to contain MWSU to only a single goal so far, I think has to be really, really respected. Their defense, their adaptability is really reigning supreme here.
Yeah, we talked about that being one of the biggest factors here. How do you adapt from the get-go? You could argue that St. Lawrence has managed to do that even after the very first goal. They've kept this a bit more even, maybe unexpected to some, as they faltered a bit at the beginning. They've certainly warmed up to the pressure, though, as they're going to get a pinch off of the wall here. Maybe get a pass from the backboard as well. That's a beauty that's laid up, and we got a shot coming. It's barreled down, but nowhere near the net. SLU and their finishing factor still need to rise. Gubbins bumped into the save there. What flexibility for him to keep it away.
Oh, and the shots just going a little bit off. MWSU now turning on the afterburners with a minute 20 left. You feel okay with one, but you know that it's not the right place to be. You want at least two. You want to always have at least a 2-goal lead, and so far SLU trying to tie things up. It's going to be a hold in the air. Gubbins tried to kind of trap it underneath, but it only gives it right back over to MWSU. 1 minute remaining here in game number 1. With Ox in the air on the defensive midfield side, it's going to be a flip and a half at the goal. Is it going to be blocked? Yes, it will.
He'll get a block, but there's still more coming from Chura. Just misses between the uprights. Ox, maybe with a dunk here, doing a great job of staying behind that ball, forcing the challenge to 50-50 that doesn't move in his way. But boy, are they still able to press upfield. Half a minute remaining. This is going to be SLU trying to get away, but MK with the shot. And MWSU are staying patient as ever on the half-court line.
Ooh, and that's going to be a toss-up. That's going to be an angle, and Chura gets it with the back wheel. Ox with the assist. You can watch right here. Great aerial pinch against the wall. Chura sets up. Just a glancing blow right out of the way of Turkson. Phenomenal play to be made. MWSU showing a little bit of a fancy goal.
Love that pass as well. You saw how Ox was twirling, using that air roll to get up to the ball as quickly as possible. Their mechanical ability, that ceiling surely is high as the single digits rain down to 0. You see St. Lawrence running out of chances, and that will be it for game 1. Missouri Western State University win to start things out.
Yeah, and it was, as much as it wasn't really as exciting as maybe we would hope to have, it was controlled. Right? Very few shots from SLU's side. They didn't have the opportunities as well as maybe some other teams had. And that's because Missouri West, they crushed it, I have to say. On all fronts, there was never a time that it felt SLU were getting multiple shots off. It was always MWS containing, keeping it at midfield, and then pressuring forward. After that first goal, it felt like they were just feeling out, can we test the air? Are they going to go for these balls? You know, what can fake them out? And I love that fact.
Yeah, I think the controlled approach is working for MWSU. I almost want to see them like get fired up though. We talked about how their mechanical genius has kind of seen these little spurts of action, and it's beautiful to see, and it's exactly what is besting SLU. I feel like if they put the pedal to the metal, this series is theirs to take. But we got to talk about SLU. At the very start, they were leaving their net open on a couple occasions, and they've seemed to close it up. They've seemed to really kind of adapt, if you will. But I'm just saying, I think there may be more adaptation necessary because MWSU look like they're just getting fired up.
Yeah, this is the dangerous spot, and I think we saw it last time as well in our first series of the day. This is where the teams tend to get explosive. If they felt like they could go a little bit more on the aggressive, they will do that. And right out of the gate, you can already see it here. SLU saying, well, they played it slow enough, but immediately a goal right off. It's almost deja vu. MWSU get a 7-second goal.
They'll keep that momentum riding straight into game number 2. Ox has been that player to watch for MWSU as well. And he wants to keep his name in the headlines with that initial goal.
Can't wait for a bit more either. That's going to be a right up top and then an aerial hit against the crossbars, but can't follow through. So MWSU definitely going for a bit of style here. Straight up into the open field. SLU playing furious defense, trying to get more, but again, look at the stops. MWSU absolutely are reading some of these guards.
Oh man, that was such a close call on the redirect. It's going to be turned away. What I don't want to see from SLU is them panicking. It's hard not to, almost, when shots are being fired away from the ceiling now. From any angle, it feels like MWSU can plow down the shots, but we talked about it, control. St. Lawrence, even with the goal bested upon them at the start of this, can still bring this game back in their span of control, unless they allow something like this Chura to just add yet another on the scoreboard for MWSU.
Yeah, and this highlights something, and it's an unfortunate one to highlight. SLU, as we said at the beginning, you can see they went more aggressive, but it's at the cost of their defensive abilities. MWSU, both of the goals that they have scored have been from midfield. It's both been from almost the exact midfield center, which means that SLU are giving up a lot of ground going on the pure offensive and allowing that goal to be unmaintained or uncovered. And so they really need to rein it right back in, make sure at least one person is on that side of the field to play appropriately. This is going to be the second. Up in the air they go. Great bounce, but a nice block. Just as I was talking about SLU needing to show up the defense, they absolutely read my mind.
Yeah, St. Lawrence need to get a little more in their face, especially in the lane of the shot. Ox appearing to be in full control of this match, and that's just displayed further by the bullet into the net.
MWSU putting on a show here so far. First game, 1 goal at about, I want to say, 7 seconds, or not 7 seconds, it was about a minute in. And of course the second one coming all the way with a minute left on the game. Instead here, they're already closing in on a goal a minute or more. 4 goals in 2 minutes is definitely some aggression.
Let's be honest, if MWSU can keep that ball like 10 feet or higher in the air, they are going to be first to the challenge every time. They have full reign of the skies at this point. You see the speed from game 1 on Ox with the pass. He was up so quick to that ball. We just haven't seen that demonstration of speed from SLU yet. I'm not saying that the potential isn't there. In fact, you see them moving it up the field here. There are spurts of that action. We're just looking for consistency. And they have a chance to display that now as they move up the field. That's going to be a double from MWSU to turn it away. And hopefully for SLU, they will have more chances like that.
Oh, yes, they will. Up in the air they go. MWSU, of course, sending Ox this time. MK had their own little run of spotlight talent, and now it's Ox's turn. Of course, MK playing midfield. Nice little rotate on the side as Chura goes up for an aerial. Almost gets a crossover, but can't complete. That's going to be a little bit of a fancy move that doesn't make a goal happen. SLU, though, trying to just jockey for position here.
Yeah, positioning is a little bit frantic here on the goal line. Phoenix just barely gets 4 wheels on the ground in order to make that save. Ox with the play. Preseason, the pass.
Ooh.
Oh, no. MK so close to finishing potentially the clip of the day. MWSU just trying to make some more highlights here tonight. And surely they'll get another chance. It's sure to finish.
That's one of the few dribble goals we've seen. Chura taking it all the way on the ground. Goes for a fake into a slight toss. Look at that. The dribble is perfect. I have to give props to Chura for that. MK and Ox for the mid and aerials. And then Chura with the ground game. Such a well-mixed and well-defined team here.
Yeah, and team is the most important word in that sentence. You've seen so many passing options taken up by MWSU. They are so perceptive to who they can bring the ball to, where their players are, and maybe even when the net is wide open. Look at the flexibility here. Oh my God, I just love that from Ox.
Oh, look at that goal. It's so good. And again, Churro with these dribbles. You said it best, right? And again, they're now scoring so fast, it's ridiculous. A minute still left and some change and 6 goals to be made. This is MWSU making a statement here. And it's never going to stop. That's going to be a chance. A nice demo actually gives Gubbins a bit of territorial advantage. But can't they convert again on the offensive? They go. Minute remaining. And it looks like it's open. That is going to be a chance, but a nice clearance. Ox ready to go, and another demo to be had. SLU going on the full-on aggression.
Maybe that's what they need to get chances, is sprinkle in a little bit of physicality, get those openings. But oh, it's going to be yet another save from Turks. Sends the ball to the upper corner, keeps it away, and keeps this ball game at 6-0.
Yep. 6-0, hoping for a 7th is MWSU. They want to go for it, and they're now just taking the long shot. Ox isn't able to touch, and fortunately it will bounce away. SLU, though, still looking for their first goal. And unfortunately, with 10 seconds left, Ox, MK, and Shura feeling real good about that. A little bit of a stall in the air. Gonna dribble it in, and it's bounced right out. Still in the air, though. Will they find it? That's going to touch the ground, and MWSU setting up for a 3-0 sweep. They're coming in here as fast as can be.
Yeah, you heard us singing the praises of MWSU, Ox in particular, and it's because we had really no other option. This was a dominating game, too. And, you know, if you want us to praise someone other than MWSU, maybe we'll praise the desk. We talked about it right before the game, was that we saw the little sprinklings of mechanical ability from this team and said, okay, you know, if they full send this, they can take this series by storm. Orbital, that's exactly what they've done. They realized their potential on the pitch and have not left their foot off of the gas pedal.
Yeah, as long as the boost allowed them for, right? This has been a game for MWSU to just run with, right? And SLU, they are definitely trying. We're not discrediting that at all. It's just at the point, the pressure for MWSU is just a little bit too much. There's a point that I always like to talk about in games where it's a clear definitive, is a team just better or is a team making mistakes? And those are two completely different things. At this point, St. Lawrence University are being forced into that. This is MWSU's constant aggression. SLU have not really had a chance to set up their own attack. They haven't been able to set up their own offensive plays. With that in mind, we are moving into this third game. SLU have to find a window of opportunity, or else MWSU will take the series 3-0.
We did see whispers of chances for them in game number 2 with those demolitions coming in from SLU. Maybe that will be the one thing that gives them space. Right now it is Ox with space. Opts for the with reset. Can't find the shot on it, but as they move up the field, maybe they can throw a little variety into their gameplay, find the space. They just got to get quicker on the field, especially to this jump. They do find the save. Could that be the start to their defensive careers? Unbelievable. A second stop from SLU.
All right, SLU, I said I wanted a little bit more defense, and we're getting it now. 2 amazing saves, and Ox not able to reposition for that shot. That was almost an open goal, so SLU once again clearing this out. MK still on the ground, worrying about where this ball is going to bounce. That's going to bounce right in. Nice block this time from MWSU. This is a battle, fierce and furious. This is absolutely getting out of hand. St. Lawrence are hoping to keep the ball on the side of NWSU and manage for a few more attempts at the goal.
I feel like SLU need to work off of this shock factor that they have. They will get another chance as that shot is not brought in between the two posts. And this is still impending doom, though, from MWSU. Look at Shura up for the back pass, even when the shooting lane is there, still trying to work for those team efforts. That is exactly part of which that has led MWSU in this game. SLU, they've got to work off the space that they've created, the chances, the opportunities that they've found. That one just getting batted away again. They are barely surviving.
Yeah, at this point, I think both teams are actually barely surviving, right? It's just been shots after shots after shots, and it feels like SLU have found the recipe for success. If they have to, swap to defense. If they can, swap to offense, and it's working, right? SLU are being granted chances more and more often. And so far, MWSU have done the exact same. That's a chance that Ox went for, and unfortunately, it didn't net anything. Now with an open goal, MK is going to bounce that one out. And at 2.5 minutes left on the time, it doesn't seem anyone has scored, and this time it's SLU saying, we've cracked the code. Da Vinci's code has been read, and we are going to get the first goal of this game, number 3.
Gridiron defense is sometimes what they say wins championships. We're not quite in the championships here. It's the start of the season, but it's working out well for SLU. They batted away enough shots from MWSU, and they've earned a lead in this game 3. An incredible change of pace from what we've seen in this series. They've got to work their defense again. It's going to be Turks to read. The shot from Ox immediately cleared ahead as they may get another opportunity here. Oh, but it's put past by Chura. Just one defender left. A pop will not be enough. The shot comes from the post. Another one. Impending doom still released.
Are you kidding me? That was a roll and a half, and no one got anything. This is going to be a very, very close game. Great clearance from all 3 members of NWSU. That's something that you don't want to see, but that's a shot, a nice assist, and an attempt that SLU were ready for. That's a demo, might have opened up the angles, but it's not going to be there. SLU now going to run it back down the field. A nice little rotate, but that's a hold from Chura, able to clear it out midway in the air, can't follow through. Nice bounce, but a nice goal right past the defender. Ox makes it look easy.
I'm so surprised because I couldn't believe that in Game 3, NWS, you could actually get a ball in the net. They fired so many incredible shots there, but somehow SLU looked like an optimized AI, getting the save at the very last second, and still somehow looking so cool and composed by getting opportunities. But now it's a tie game, 1-1, and triple ones on the time clock. A shot sent as a clear. Gubbins can't find the goal. Turks sent off of the field. MWSU with another chance as they move up the field. It's cleared away again by SLU, but they're just giving up possession, or are they? A great dunk! Sent away again. SLU with a bit of possession that's turned away. They're still waiting to capitalize to keep this series going.
It's still there for all to hope for. SLU, if you're an SLU fan, you want these goals to go in. For Turks saying, I want another goal. I've had 4 saves so far. I want to see more shots. 30 seconds left. The players know it. The teams know it as well. Everyone, hopefully at the universities, all the fans that they have are hopefully chanting loud from their homes and watching. Going to be a roll in favor. MWSU trying to clear it out, trying to get a little bit of an angle. Everyone should be fully boosted up. They're going to ramp up. Shot on an open goal, and they make it. Chura, with 9 seconds left on the clock, is able to pinch it right past 2 defenders and score it all the way. And look at that, just in between.
No way. Chura, who has pulled off incredible plays from the ground play, there in the aerial sights. SLU with one last chance to still extend this series. They need a shot here, but it's Chura wasting time. Ox to send this, a pitch off of the wall is going to send the ball careening to the ground. And
to give them props, right? That is the progression that you want to see in a best of 5 or first of 3, whatever you want to call it, from getting shut out to almost getting a goal to scoring multiple goals and almost taking that third game. That is very quick progression, adaptation, and hopefully they can take that on to the next series that they play.
Indeed. Hopefully they can. I want to be there to watch it as well, because that was one of the biggest swings in Rocket League I think that I've seen. Casting for over 2 years now, and still tops the charts for what I've seen. SLU, their ability to adapt, their defense, their quick saves. It was so much to see tonight, but it was not enough. Well done to MWSU for getting their first win in this season. They're starting it off right.
Yep. And of course, we will have an interview once again with one of the members from the squad to give us a little bit of insight on that 3-0 victory and what they're looking at here in season 2, maybe looking forward into the playoffs once again to maybe get a little bit deeper into that postseason play. So please don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with an interview with one of the winning members here at the ECAC broadcast with, excuse me, Esports U.
The crossbar on the save and eventually is taken out. MWSU, if they had continued that offensive possession, they may have found the goal, but they found an opening here, surely. No defense to be. Half a minute remaining. This is going to be SLU trying to get away, but MK with the shot. And MWSU are staying patient as ever on the half-court line.
Ooh, and that's going to be a toss-up. That's going to be an angle. And
As quickly as possible, their mechanical ability. That ceiling surely is high as the single digits rain down to 0. You see St. Lawrence running out of chances, and that will be it for game 1. Missouri Western State University.
a little bit more on the aggressive, they will do that. And right out of the gate, you can already see it here. SLU saying, well, they played it slow enough, but immediately a goal right off. It's almost...
We talked about it, control. St. Lawrence, even with the goal bested upon them at the start of this, can still bring this game back in their span of control unless they...
This is going to be the second up in the air they go. Great bounce, but a nice block. Just as I was talking about SLU needing to show up the defense, they absolutely read my mind.
Yeah, St. Lawrence need to get a little more in there.
I want to say 7 seconds. They're not 7 seconds. It was about a minute in. And of course, the second one coming all the way with a minute left on the game. Instead here, they're already closing in on a goal a minute
up by MWSU. They are so perceptive to who they can bring the ball to, where their players are, and maybe even when the net is...
Unfortunately, with 10 seconds left, Ox, MK, and Shura feeling real good about that. A little bit of a stall in the air. Gonna dribble it in, and it's bounced right out. Still in the air, though. Will they find it? Ox went for it. Unfortunately, it didn't net anything. Now with an open goal, MK is gonna bounce that one out. And at 2.5 minutes left on the time, it doesn't seem anyone has scored, and this time it's at Angles. It's not going to be there. SLU now going to run it back down the field. A nice little rotate, but that's a hold from Chura. Able to clear it out midway in the air. Can't fall through. Nice bounce, but a nice goal. Watching. Going to be a roll in favor. MWSU trying to clear it out, trying to get a little bit of an angle. Everyone should be fully boosted up. They're going to ramp up. Shot on an open goal, and they make it.
Oh, the crossbar on the save, and eventually is taken out. MWSU, if they had continued that offensive possession, they may have found the goal, but they found an opening here, surely. No defense to be. Half a minute remaining. This is going to be SLU trying to get away, but MK with the shot. MWSU are staying patient as ever on the half-court line.
Ooh, and that's going to be a toss-up. That's going to be an angle. And
as quickly as possible, their mechanical ability, that ceiling surely is high as the single digits rain down to 0. You see St. Lawrence running out of chances, and that will be it for game 1. Missouri Western State University.
A little bit more on the aggressive, they will do that. And right out of the gate, you can already see it here. SLU saying, well, they played it slow enough, but immediately a goal right off. It's almost...
We talked about it, control. St. Lawrence, even with the goal bested upon them at the start of this, can still bring this game back in their span of control unless they...
This is going to be the second up in the air they go. Great bounce, but a nice block, just as I was talking about SLU needing to shore up the defense. They absolutely read my mind.
Yeah, St. Lawrence need to get a little more in there.
I want to say 7 seconds, or not 7 seconds, it was about a minute in. And of course, the second one coming all the way with a minute left of the game. Instead here, they're already closing in on a goal a minute.
By MWSU, they are so receptive to who they can bring the ball to, where their players are, and maybe even when the net is...
Unfortunately, with 10 seconds left, Ox, MK, and Shura feeling real good about that. A little bit of a stall in the air. Gonna dribble it in, and it's bounced right out. Still in the air, though. Will they find it? Ox went for it. Unfortunately, it didn't net anything. Now with an open goal, MK is going to bounce that one out. And at 2.5 minutes left on the time, it doesn't seem anyone has scored. And this time it's Angles. It's not going to be there. SLU now going to run it back down the field. A nice little rotate, but that's a hold from Chura. Able to clear it out midway in the air. Can't follow through. Nice bounce, but a nice goal. Watching. Going to be a roll in favor. MWSU trying to clear it out, trying to get a little bit of an angle. Everyone should be fully boosted up. They're going to ramp up. Shot on an open goal, and they make it!
Off the crossbar on the save, and eventually is taken out. MWSU, if they had continued that offensive possession, they may have found the goal, but they found an opening here, surely. No defense to be. Half a minute remaining. This is going to be SLU trying to get away, but MK with the shot. MWSU are staying patient as ever on the half-court line.
Ooh, that's going to be a toss-up. That's going to be an angle. And
as quickly as possible, their mechanical ability. That ceiling surely is high as the single digits rain down to 0. You see St. Lawrence running out of chances, and that will be it for Game 1. Missouri Western State University.
A little bit more on the aggressive, they will do that, and right out of the gate you can already see it here. SLU saying, well, they played it slow enough, but immediately a goal right off. It's almost...
We talked about it, control. St. Lawrence, even with the goal bested upon them at the start of this, can still bring this game back in their span of control, unless they...
This is going to be the second. Up in the air they go. Great bounce, but a nice block. Just as I was talking about SLU needing to shore up the defense, they absolutely read in my mind.
Yeah, St. Lawrence need to get a little more in there.
I want to say 7 seconds. Or not 7 seconds. It was about a minute in. And of course, the second one coming all the way with a minute left of the game. Instead here, they're already closing in on a goal a minute.
By MWSU, they are so receptive to who they can bring the ball to, where their players are, and maybe even when the net is...
Unfortunately, with 10 seconds left, Ox, MK, and Shura feeling real good about that. A little bit of a stall in the air. Gonna dribble it in, and it's bounced right out. Still in the air, though. Will they find it? Ox went for it. Unfortunately, it didn't net anything. Now with an open goal, MK is going to bounce that one out. And at 2.5 minutes left on the time, it doesn't seem anyone has scored. And this time it's Angles. It's not going to be there. SLU now going to run it back down the field. A nice little rotate, but that's a hold from Chura. Able to clear it out midway in the air. Can't fall through. Nice bounce, but a nice goal. Watching. Gonna be a roll in favor. MWSU trying to clear it out, trying to get a little bit of an angle. Everyone should be fully boosted up. They're gonna ramp up. Shot on an open goal, and they make it!
Off the crossbar on the save, and eventually is taken out. MWSU, if they had continued that offensive possession, they may have found the goal, but they found an opening here, surely. No defense to be. A minute remaining. This is gonna be SLU.
Alrighty, welcome back. We're here with an interview with one of the members from the Missouri Western College University, or as I like to say it, completely wrong, of course. It is Missouri Western State University. Very, very sorry, because I can't read, apparently. But again, off of a 3-0 victory, they were able to swamp in a win. And again, off the back of their impressive fall season, they are now back and ready to go for this spring. Now, of course, we do have Chura, what I called the dribble master in their game, here for an interview. Chura, how are you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm good. Excited because, again, it's a 3-0. How are you feeling after that great start to the season?
We're feeling good. Yeah, we wanted to start with the 3-0 because last season we played pretty well during league play. It kind of faltered out in the playoffs, but yeah, good start for us. So.
Yeah, I certainly noticed your track record from last season. I'm curious about maybe some of the things you focused on for preparing for matches like these. One of the things we noticed was the passing plays. Is finding the man upfield on offensive attacks something y'all focus on, or is there something else that you work for as like your greatest strength?
No, yeah, that's one of our big things. We just we try to play like composed, try not to panic too much. And yeah, that's about our starts. That's where we start preparing.
Yeah, I think you guys definitely look composed. I'm curious as well, during game 3, it really seemed to test your team's mettle. Do you feel like there's anything from that game that your team learned that you can adjust moving forward?
Yeah, we had a play where the ball was basically rolling in the net free, and Ox said he got it, and MK also said he got it, and then somehow it hit the post. So we were like dying laughing in comms that we somehow missed that, but we came back and got the win late. So
Yeah, alrighty, and I mean it worked, right? 3-0 to start the season. Last time I believe you went 6-2 on the regular season, and then made it into the second round of playoffs. So with the squad that you have, are there any returning members? And if so, are you excited to try and make it further into the playoff run than before?
yeah, me and Ox are returning. MK's new this year, but yeah, last year we lost in league play to Kentucky's A team, and then we played them in playoffs and lost to them again. So they seem to be our kryptonite. But if we play anyone but them, I think we'll be pretty good.
All right, well, there you go. Kentucky, you hear it. You are the kryptonite of this squad. So maybe we see that happen maybe later on in the season. Again, to you, Chura, congratulations on the 3-0 victory and the great start to this season.
Thank you.
Yep. With that, we'll go ahead and close out this game as well as we have one more game to be played that will be between UCM Red and LIU, which is University of Central Missouri. And then, of course, it is the LIU Sharks, which will be so much fun to go ahead and take a look at. Maybe it's another 3-0 sweep, or maybe we get a game 5. Who knows? Only you will know after you tune in here in just a few short minutes. So don't go anywhere. Alrighty, welcome back. We are here for our last Rocket League match of the evening, the last best of 5, where the others have been 3-0 sweeps, and we are going to be coming to you live with University of Central Missouri versus Long Island University. Hey, I can read team names. Don't worry, everyone. Once again, we are back ready to go, and once again, my name is Orbital. With me is PyroJ. We are having a phenomenal time here, and so far, we've seen some awesome Rocket League.
Oh yeah, the 3-0s, you know, they tell part of the story, but not all of it. We've seen some resurgence from those other teams. The last one we saw could have honestly went either way, and that's what we're looking for in this matchup here. UCM, they have that history of kind of an even scoreline in regular season, 4-4, went to round 2 in playoffs, but then got knocked out. So they're probably looking for maybe a winning season this time around, and it all begins in this matchup against LIU.
Yeah, and LIU coming in, I took a look at their page. Long Island University, I think, has a team in every single division of ECAC, just about every single game that you can have, and that shows that they are committed and into these leagues, and that brings me a lot of hope, right? Teams or organizations that, or schools even, that invest that much into esports brings with it a sense of hope that they have tried to put a lot of backing behind these students and behind these players. So I'm very, very excited to see the team that they are fielding here and see how strong they can be up against UCM.
I guess we'll find out here as we head on in. We're all ready. UCM, how will they kick it off? Oh, already hot start. Rob Beast looking for the flip reset. Like we said, this team is looking for that winning record, maybe, and can start that off in this game already. A shot fired away at the post. Still waiting to see if LIU can stand tall. They certainly stand tall on that save. It is Cool Kid Pete to keep it away.
Yeah, very, very nice save there to, you know, kick things off here. And again, it's the feeling out period of this best of 5 series. However, in these scenarios as well, there are 2 ways to play game 1. Game 1 is you test the limits, what can you get away with, or game 1, just send it. You have all the time in the world to try and crush your opponent, so why not have some fun in the first one of the series? And so far, it feels like that, right? Both these teams going at it like cats and dogs here. Great save coming out by Cool Kid. And that's going to be an open goal for LIU. Skull Kid runs it right down the middle of the field.
Walking down the length of the field. I mean, hey, when it's open, it's open. UCM, we've seen some really aggressive offense, but at times that can leave the defense lacking. Gotta learn to make sure they've got those retreating members to hold it up on the goal line. LIU will be the first to attack as they're out on their back line again. A good save brings it out to midfield. Grim gonna center this for Donkers. Good pass from the backboard. No one to follow for the shot.
That was a very, very nice angle to be had, but nice bump out, and Skull Kid with the flamboyant dab up. You can see it right here from a pinch from the opponent into a dam, and then a bump in. Skull Kid, 2 goals in a minute and a half.
Yeah, that's the hot start I'm sure they were looking for. Kick it into gear from the get-go. First minute and a half up 2-0 already. Shots coming in though from UCM. They nearly find that, but Skull Kid is there for the save. I just feel like UCM have the capabilities to get just as many goals to go in, but fortunately for them, LIU defense is just so strong, like concrete, impossible to break through. As you see Cool Kid Pete set up for another save, clears it away, and once again, they are just the quickest to the ball.
Yeah. Phenomenal bounces as well. You can see them. If they don't have a clear shot, they are always redirecting it as well as possible. You can see there, nice dodge, but unfortunately there was a defender to back it up, and UCM are able to maintain control over the ball. Dam is able to follow up on that back end, and we're going to go ahead and try and flick it out, but of course it's getting a little bit difficult. LIU can't find that perfect positioning just yet. Up in the air they go. Nice bounce out by UCM.
Luckily for LIU,
Ooh.
or maybe unluckily, that shot from Rob Beast is a quick one. It was all teed up by Grim with the pop. The 3-player positioning will get them on the board for the first time.
Yeah. Great way to kick things off. Remember, I believe our first 2 games of the first 2 series, both game ones were shutouts by either of their respective winning sides. And this time around, we got some fire here in game 1, and I love to see it, of course. 2 minutes left on the clock, plenty to watch the action happen. Of course, Damp is doing their best to try and make a goal happen. Donkers on the back end, though, going, hey, I can still defend. With the ball over on LIU's side. They're going to try and jockey for a position here. Robeast leading for an aerial battle. Does have enough boost to go, but unfortunately the ball goes the wrong way, and that'll be contested out.
You know, that's not the first time that Rob Beast has been so mechanically gifted in the air. But when that player has boost, you better expect a second, maybe a third touch to come off from the get-go as it comes off the wall like that, and it's going to be Donkers from the ground. LIU had an incredible start to this series, but UCM have climbed their way back.
Game 1 having its way with some of these plays, and it's been such a blast. A minute 30 left, and if this game has anything to say about it so far, we're going to see just a few more goals here, I think. And Roby's, of course, aiming for that net as quick as possible. Goes through a little bit of a turtle, but can't make it happen. Bounces it out to the teammate. That might have been the play to bounce it in, but the speed isn't there, which allows LIU to bounce it right back out. Good save and defensive posturing, as we do get a little bit of a demo from LIU.
That could clear things away. That clear from Cool Kid Pete certainly may reignite LIU. It's been 2 uncontested goals now for UCM, and they're trying to cut out the momentum where they can. They certainly can with a shot like that Robeast does get in front of. And can he turn it all the way back to the other backboard? Not quite, as LIU are back in front of it. 50-50s in the half-court line. Possessions being traded every second as we fall straight into this last minute.
30 seconds left. Options are available for both these squads. You can see the setup there. Roby's knocks it up. This might be a chance, but unfortunately the ground is where Grim will stay. LIU were able to get a piece of it, and that meant it was out of their control. Nice bounce out, but a contest right by the goal leaves it open. UCM with a very late game goal off of the own defender's head. Able to bounce it in. Grim right into the corner pocket.
The adjustment has been made. 2 uncontested from LIU to start, but 1, 2, 3 for UCM. They've got the lead, just gotta hold on. They clear it out. This will certainly take time off the clock. The LIU preciously needs. That could have been a clear for Skull, but it's turned away to the corner. Another try for Pete, but it's down in front from Donkers. Clear upfield, a chance for them. Oh, but the devilish on Skull Kid will dissipate their chances. And UCM stand amid the ashes.
Oh, that game was tight, to say the least. 3-2 score. That has to be the closest game 1 we've had thus far. But UCM coming out with the victory from behind. I want to keep that in mind. LIU came out with a couple shocker goals, and I think that has to be said. If LIU are allowed to continue that sort of momentum and UCM are not capable of kind of slowing it down, we could see LIU run away with it as well. It was very strong defensive posturing, being able to take over some of those rallies and some of those past contentions. And that's what gave UCM that ability to enter into that game. But my gosh, was it thrilling for a game 1.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think we're waiting to see, or we weren't sure what we'd see out of LIU because they didn't have that season record from beforehand. But now it's proven that they will be a tough competitor. Trying to get out the gate hot with those first 2 goals, but it just didn't hold on enough for their lead. Question is, can they cut back into that momentum for a hot start in game number 2? Honestly, Orbital, I'm saying this about LIU. They got to stop Robeast on UCM. Robeast, as soon as he gets space in the air, he is lethal.
He just went all in, and it's been Grim as well. Grim has had a little bit of a fun time, but Again, you can't convert it just yet, so I agree with you, Roby's the one to watch here. Donkers, though, going on the offensive and to play it out. And where did the angles move to? Roby's in the air. Easy first goal. All it took was 16 seconds.
And my warning didn't really pay off. It's hard to when you've got aerial capabilities like that. Roby's looking so composed upon the ascent. Making short work of transitioning the momentum straight into game 2 at the series link. That is now 4 uncontested for them. Can they make it 5? Almost Donkers. Close to reading the double tap. They'll look for a second chance here.
Almost into an open goal, but damn, tried their hardest. Couldn't redirect it in. And Skull Kid on the flip side has been able to make some rounds. We haven't really seen too much of them. We're hoping to make a mark as well. Roby's going for a very aggressive bounce off the backboard, but a demo. The Skull Kid open for the defensive pushback out.
Oh my goodness, there they are flying up again. Donkers, that's all he needs. Perfectly positioned on the field to send himself up here and bomb it straight in.
What a shot. I love the goal design as well. Before I think we saw the vortexes and the black stars. Nah, we just have a rave party. It's great. Watch all the flashing lights. Enjoy your time there. Now moving in 4 minutes left. Grim went up for the header. Almost made it happen. That's going to be a contest in the air. Not going to be a goal, though, as, again, LIU playing some fantastic defense here. Trying their best, at least after those first 2 goals. Now, we're seeing around here on UCM's side. Donkers is going to try and clear it out, but no one can really make heads or tails of it. And it's actually a clearance back. LIU are saying we want a little bit more room to work with for our shots.
And there's that room indeed. Skull Kid. They've been singing his praises for good reason. In position to nail this home, and it's positioned nicely off of the post.
And that shot, and I said it, right? LIU hoping to get a bit of clearance, and you called it out as well. It's rare to see teams kind of drop back towards their own goal like that, but it worked out. And oh my lord, what also works out is UCM with the long ball drives. Almost got a 3rd goal off the kickoff. That is something that you don't normally see, and now it's all out aggression. Again, off the top goalpost. That's 2 that UCM denied themselves, and LIU wiping their brow of sweat after that.
It's a real head scratcher when for LIU the worst thing they can do is score, because for some reason that seems to erupt UCM's offense. It seems to put them in an uproar. They scored 2 in game 1 and 3 coming back from UCM. Now LIU have scored 1 and UCM are just throwing everything at the wall. Hopefully LIU, for their own sake, can stifle this attack. They've even gotten a chance here. Cool Kid peek with space. Get the read off of the backboard. No, it does get a touch off of the ceiling, but the drop down the dunk from Skull Kid. Do you get any hotter than that?
Skull Kid puts 2 for 2 there. And now it's all tied up right off the top of the head of the defender. And that's going to mark it to a 2-2 once again. It feels like deja vu. Both teams scrambling for that last goal. Last time it was 3-2 in UCM's favor. LIU looking to return the favor if they get the chance.
And they'll have to turn this away if they're looking for that chance here. Drop down from the corner. Grim sees that opening, but LIU on the clear. Have a little bit of space to work with as Donkers can't reach the ball in time. They'll double up though to clear it away. LIU still seem to be in control. Beast counters that narrative, picks it off the backboard, looking for that additional touch. It's not going to be able to find it. And we've certainly hit that lull. Or have we? Skull Kid in an awkward position. Oh, but it is cleared away. And they get another break.
Oh man, that's going to be an attack on the goal as well, and this is close. Oh, defensive posturing for both teams are giving us heart attacks here. They're going to fire in just a little bit quicker. A minute 30 left. Up in the air goes Donkers. Remember, Donkers is one to watch. Roby's trying to help out with a little bit of zip right pass. Damn is going to try their best to help out, but so far has only gotten one save. Against the goalpost they go, and Donkers just a little bit high on the shot. 2-on-1 in the air, nets LIU a chance at a clear. It's getting a little bit too crazy. They need to make some space. Both teams trying to find some leverage for themselves, and Graham with a hold on the wall. It's gonna bounce it close. Oh, so close on the shot.
LIU getting a little bit of deja vu here that they don't want. This score was tied at 2-2 after before UCM scored their final goal, 3-2 to win game 1. They're barreling shots away still. It's going to be Donkers this time to move up the field, maybe. Set up another teammate, but Skull Kid instead reads that. Skull Kid, the player, the beast that has been unleashed. And that X Factor truly for LIU if they want to come away with this win. Cool Kid Pete looking to set up maybe that player, but it's turned away. Grim upfield has space. Where's the shot gonna come? It never does. Skull Kid opts for the quick challenge and turns it away. At this point, LIU won overtime unless they get this last push. Skull Kid on the ball, 50'd up to the ceiling. Donkers with space, takes a shot. It's about
Oh!
Oh no, the bounce shot. Nobody expects it, and it comes through.
Donkers with a phenomenal bouncer. As you were saying, no one expected it. UCM were actually bled dry of the boost as well. Multiple members on 0, and that's what allowed the goal, and unfortunately, you couldn't get it in the air. UCM eke out a Game 2 victory, both games going 3-2. Are you kidding me right now, Pyro? These games are nail-biters.
Orbital, I'm not kidding you, man. This is what we have been provided. This just proves that you've got to stick around to the end of the broadcast, because clearly we've left arguably the best for last. Unbelievable games and unbelievable finishes from UCM. Clearly the team to ice up, clutch out, find that winning shot. I'll admit, a slow bouncer, not really what I expected to end that game, but they still proved that they deserve to be on top. And believe it or not, we're at 2-0 in this series now, Orbital. This next game, match point for UCM already. It's flown by, and we may see our first or our third sweep of the night.
Yeah, it could be. And considering how it played both games, we could also potentially see, I want to say, our first overtime. This has gone down to the wire. And to take a look back, I'm fairly certain I can say this. Both of the last goals in both of those games came down in the last 20 seconds. That is how close these games have been. It has been phenomenally close, and LIU have nothing to be ashamed about. If anything, it is a coin toss of who has it at that last moment, who has it in their possession, who is ready to go for that shot. That is who determines who will come out on the game victor. Right now, we're underway for our third game here. UCM will get a change on the screen. Are 2-0 in the series, and Grim and the rest of UCM want to make sure it turns to a 3 before LIU get 1.
And LIU, a little bit caught out here at the beginning of the game. UCM first to score yet again, as it's Donkers just to take on the whole defense.
Yeah, this is going to get a bit out of hand, I feel, now that UCM have victory within their grasp. It seems like they're turning it on a little bit hotter here, Grim, with a great neutral defensive starting. That's going to prop it up for LIU to go on the aggressive. A nice bounce to themselves. Skull Kid went for a very aggressive opening, but can't get much more. Already zeroed out. And this is something that I'm starting to notice of a lot of the players. They are zeroing out their boots very quickly on, and that's something that you really have to watch for if you want to make these passes and these shots go in.
That coordination is just going to be essential now. And that's a great pass, actually, to Grim that almost finds its way through. Love that teams are looking for that next man on the transition. Those quick plays from defense to offense is exactly what can reignite teams. And for UCM, they surely want to grab a lead and hold on to it this time. Been a while since we've seen these teams not neck and neck. I think it's been the whole way through. LIU certainly looking for another equalizer. UCM appear to be a bit more in control.
They're keeping it in the air, and I'm not sure if this is intentional or not, but it seems LAU are not willing to challenge as much in the aerials. They're a team that requires a lot of prep for their aggression, and on the defensive side, they're more than willing to kind of just sit inside of the goal, and UCM are definitely playing that. You can see it. Donker's actually aiming for the air specifically, and you can see it there, the bounce and an attempt. UCM, I kind of figured it out. LAU a bit weaker on the aerial game, so they're absolutely going to try and use that to their advantage.
Yeah, for LIU, if they want to stop this, they got to get in front of that flip reset. Damn, does find his way ahead of Donkers. Oh my, Donkers, that was looking lethal. You give him space, and it is clear that you will pay. Donkers teeing up the pass, though, with another teammate. Grim, the last defender left here. Maybe he can tap into his inner phase with that esports decal. Trying to get ahead of the play, but LIU just still behind that 8-ball.
They are just shy of getting control, but this is exactly what I want to see. The adjustments made here in the third game by UCM. Identify the weakness and roll with it. LIU, though, not ready to call it quits yet. Now they're taking on their own turf. If it's going to be an aerial battle from UCM, LIU are playing the ground game as quickly as possible. These are quick snaps and passes. They tried their best, and that is an open goal. But unfortunately, out the top, it's going to be the header in. Tit for tat, Grim takes it in on their own.
Ooh, spicy little double tap right there. You saw him looking for it, but that's not an easy read. But you did see the way he positioned his car, nose down to send it forward and threw it to the net, even with defenders there, just like Donkers is for UCM. That one goes in. However, for UCM, they are batting away saves and shots that are coming through. They've got the upper hand. Oh, and I've certainly got an opportunity here as well. LIU seem to be losing that composure, losing what appeared to leave them in the game. Grim's trying for it again. But will that over-aggression not suit them? LIU have got to start capitalizing on those moments.
Oh, this is going to be the chance that they have. Again, with a minute left, pretty much, you have to score at the beginning of the minute if you want a chance to challenge in the next few seconds. Dam is going for it, is able to score it. I said it, and he pulls it off. That is going to be a minute left on the clock to tie things up. Oh no, Pyro, are we going to get another 2-2 situation? It would be poetic to have it happen.
Be poetic. I don't know if my heart can take that, but I'm ready for it. It's what we signed up for. LIU, give it your all. Show us what you can do in the last minute. It's been UCM to have the clutch factor all along. LIU need to prove that they've got it as well. Kid Pete leading. The attempted clear with a bit of a dunk there. He's going to be in position for maybe another pass, but it does land on the ground after his miss. Grim now moving upfield. Good read off of the sidewall. Will force Skull Kid into second touch, but LIU having trouble capitalizing on those passes. That might be a pass to UCM. Oh, but it is batted away. Damn gives LIU maybe one last chance to make this game theirs.
Well, they're going to rush it as quickly as possible. You can see a full man defense, full man offensive. That leaves their goal open for a goal, and no, the tip doesn't go in. Grim couldn't get the angle underneath. That is a bullet and a half. It's going to be 8 seconds, 5 left on the clock. It's going to be a bounce out. All UCM has to do is play defensive. It's in the air. LIU have got the try, and they can't get it. 2-1 is the score, and it's 3-0 for University of Central Missouri, as we have 3-0 sweeps on the day.
Oh, we do. A sweep of sweeps, if you will. I guess we couldn't bat away the script. LIU, what adversity that they showed here again and again. Just resilient against the aggression from UCM. 3 goals apparently does it for each and every game. UCM, they're able to stand tall, and they're able to start this season off with a bang. The tone setter, the beginning of this season, so important, and for UCM, it started off just right.
Yeah, and This had to be our closest one of the day as well. LIU put up some massive fights, right? Taking a look back, I believe that's a total of I want to say 8 goals to I think it was 5. So only a 3-goal disparity across the entirety of the 3-0 series, and that's closer than the other ones by far, right? The first two series were fairly obvious, kind of the winner was out there, but in this one, LIU showed extreme promise. Those first 2 games could have easily gone either way, I think. So LIU is another team I can't wait to watch the rest of the season.
Undoubtedly, yeah, that does show their true potential in this season. I do believe that with more competitors and with more in the season, we can witness more. But UCM will be on top for this one, and moving on with I guess an undefeated record.
Yeah, they're going to have a great time. And of course, we do hopefully have an interview with one of the members of the reigning squad, UCM, taking it home. So we'll throw it to a very, very quick break, and we'll be right back with some more ECAC interview action here with Esports U. Don't go anywhere. But again, you can't convert it just yet, so I agree with you, Roby's the one to watch here. Donkers, though, going on the offensive to play it out. And where do the angles move to? Roby's in the air. Bounce off the backboard, but a demo. The Skull Kid open for the defensive pushback out.
Oh my goodness, there they are flying up again. Donkers.
Around here on UCM's side, Donkers is going to try and clear it out, but no one can really make heads or tails of it. Especially clearance back. LIU are saying we want a little bit more room to work with for our shots. Cleared out, but no one can really make heads or tails of it. Especially clearance back. LIU are saying we want a little bit more room to work with for our shots.
There's that room indeed. Hopefully LIU, for their own sake, can stifle this attack. They've even got a chance here. Cool Kid Pete with space. With the read off of the backboard, no, it does get a touch off of the ceiling, but the drop down the challenge and turns it away. At this point, LIU won overtime unless they get this last push. Skull Kid on the ball, 50'd up to the ceiling. Donkers with space, takes a shot, it's a bounce.
As you were saying, no one expected it. UCM were actually bled dry of the boost as well. Multiple members on 0, and that's what allowed the goal. R2-0 in this series, and Grim and the rest of UCM want to make sure it turns to a 3 before LIU get 1.
And LIU a little bit caught out here.
Ready to call it quits yet. Now they're taking on their own turf. If it's going to be an aerial battle from UCM, LIU are playing the ground game as quickly as possible. These are quick snaps and passes. They tried their best, and that is an open goal. But unfortunately, out the top, it's going to be the header in. This is going to be the chance that they have. Again, with a minute left, pretty much, you have to score at the beginning of the minute if you want a chance to challenge in the next few seconds. Damn is going for it, is able to score it. Ice doesn't go in. Grim couldn't get the angle underneath. That is a bullet and a half. It's going to be 8 seconds, 5 left on the clock. It's going to be a bounce out. All UCM has to do is play defensive. It's in the air. LIU have got the try and they can't get it. But again, you can't convert it just yet, so I agree with you, Roby's the one to watch here. Donkers, though, going on the offensive to play it out. Where do the angles move to? Roby's in the air. Bounce off the backboard, but a demo. The Skull Kid open for the defensive pushback out.
Oh my goodness, there they are flying up again. Donkers.
Turn around here on UCM's side. Donkers is going to try and clear it out, but no one can really make heads or tails of it. It's actually a clearance back. LIU are saying we want a little bit more room to work with for our shots. Cleared out, but no one can really make heads or tails of it. It's actually a clearance back. LIU are saying we want a little bit more room to work with for our shots.
And there's that room indeed. Hopefully LIU, for their own sake, can stifle this attack. They've even got a chance here. Cool Kid Pete with space. With the read off of the backboard, no, it does get a touch off of the ceiling, but the drop down the challenge and turns it away. At this point, LIU won overtime unless they get this last push. Skull Kid on the ball, 50'd up to the ceiling. Donkers with space, takes a shot, it's a bounce.
As you were saying, no one expected it. UCM were actually bled dry of the boost as well. Multiple members on 0, and that's what allowed the goal. R2-0 in the series, and Grim and the rest of UCM want to make sure it turns to a 3. But this is going to be the chance that they have. Again, with a minute left, pretty much you have to score at the beginning of the minute if you want a chance to challenge in the next few seconds. Damn is going for it, is able to score it. Ice doesn't go in. Grim couldn't get the angle underneath. That is a bullet and a half. It's going to be 8 seconds, 5 left on the clock. It's going to be a bounce out. All UCM has to do is play defensive. It's in the air. LIU have got the try and they can't get it. But again, you can't convert it just yet, so I agree with you, Roby's the one to watch here. Donkers, though, going on the offensive and to play it out. Where did the angles move to? Roby's in the air. Bounce off the backboard, but a demo. The Skull Kid open for the defensive pushback out.
Oh my goodness, there they are flying up again. Donkers.
Turn around here on UCM's side. Donkers is going to try and clear it out, but no one can really make heads or tails of it. And it's actually a clearance back. LIU are saying we want a little bit more room to work with for our shots. Cleared out, but no one can really make heads or tails of it. And it's actually a clearance back. LIU are saying we want a little bit more room to work with for our shots.
And there's that room indeed. Hopefully LIU, for their own sake, can stifle this attack. They've even gotten a chance here. Cool Kid Pete with space. With the read off of the backboard, no, it does get a touch off at the ceiling, but the drop down, the dodge, and turns it away. At this point, LIU won overtime unless they get this last push. Skull Kid on the ball, 50 up to the ceiling. Donkers with space, takes a shot, it's a foul.
As you were saying, no one expected it. UCM were actually bled dry of the boost as well. Multiple members on 0, and that's what allowed the goal. R2-0 in the series, and Grim and the rest of UCM want to make sure it turns to a 3 before LIU get 1.
And LIU, little bit caught out here.
Ready to call it quits yet. Now they're taking... Alrighty. Are we live? I hope we are, because it's going to be a good time. Once again, we are back with a little bit of an interview. There we are. I see my face. I see it there. Sorry about that. I'm a little bit slow, and as you can see, I'm coming in from outer space, so it's always a rough time. But again, phenomenal sets on the day, and we just came off of UCM taking a 3-0 victory, albeit if you looked at the series score, it was not close. However, the games were dynamite to be able to watch, and of course we do have a lovely interview here with Donkers, one of the reigning members of the UCM squad, and to get a fresh perspective. So Donkers, how you doing?
I'm doing pretty good, man. How are you?
I'm good. Congratulations once on the victory. How do you feel after that 3-0 and starting the season off on the right foot?
I feel amazing.
Yeah. How could you feel anything else? 3-0, right? But I gotta come out and just ask, are you guys typically this clutch of a team? That was like game 1 and game 2, the game-winning goals in like less than 20 seconds left on the clock. I gotta know if that's just your shtick.
It kind of is. Ever since we started, our first series we ever played as ECM Esports, we reverse sweep, and we did it twice in a row. We have. I think we just have the clutch scene. It's in us.
It's in them, ice in their veins, the whole shebang. Beautiful. I gotta say, the other highlight for me that I witnessed was the mechanics. I mean, double taps galore. Are you a team that tries to prioritize creating that space so that you can make those types of plays happen? Or if not, what is a strength that you guys tend to rely on?
A strength we tend to rely on is definitely making space for those plays, because I feel like all our players can make those plays when we can. So it's mostly trying to set up each player in order for them to shine.
Yeah, I think that comes through, and I think we've seen that with other teams. So, the teams that have the specialists, whether it's an aerial battle on the ground or wherever you want to go, to know that you have the team coordination is phenomenal. Now, taking a look at the rest of the season, I have to ask, you're a team that's coming back from the fall season. We know your record, I believe, held fairly steady and hoping to improve, of course, to go into playoffs. How are you feeling about your chances? Are you excited about facing any of the other squads here in your division?
I'm very excited. I think we have a very good chance this season. We have definitely learned from our mistakes last season. We're ready. We're ready to take it all.
All right. I like to hear that. And again, congratulations on the 3-0 victory. And thank you very much for the interview, Donkers.
Thank you.
Alrighty, with that, we'll go ahead and close out our interview here, but there will be more ECAC action coming up shortly as the Rocket League side will end, but we'll be flowing directly into the Overwatch scene. Now, of course, that means our lovely faces will be gone, but coming up shortly will be Juggle God and Los, who will take you through that action as well, so you don't want to miss any part of it. The first match of the day will, of course, if I take a look at my notes, will be Bethel University versus Florida Atlantic University to kick things off, so make sure to stay tuned for that. However, from myself and Pyro J here, we say thank you so much for tuning into Rocket League and enjoy Overwatch in just a few.
Juggle, I'm doing fantastic. It's exciting to kick off one of the first broadcasts out here for Esports U. You know, there's been a few, and this has been a big week here for Esports U, and it's just exciting to be along for the process, along for the grand, I guess, opening, really, of this network. And we're kicking it off with the ECAC regular season week 1, and we got 2 great teams that we have before us today. And let's start it off with, it's going to be Bethel University and Florida Atlantic University. How are we feeling today about this opening matchup?
Based off of some of the SRs we've been looking at, I think it's going to be a good match regardless. I think that we're in for an exciting night of Overwatch.
Of course, you know, SRs do tell a little bit of the tale, but you never really know what they're capable of until you have that full unit, that full squad, and that communication going forward. And we'll see if Bethel can stand the test here for this first matchup. And the first map is going to be a classic here for the collegiate scene. If you've been around, you know where we're headed. It's going to be Lijiang Tower, ladies and gentlemen. No surprise there if you're a big-time collegiate fan. And I'm excited to see what compositions we have, man.
So am I. Lijiang Tower, you know, it's one of the ones we see most often. It is actually, I'm going to go ahead and let you know, my favorite map in the game. I absolutely love Lijiang Tower. So if this were me in the game, I would be looking to go there as well. But lots of different compositions can be run here. Brawl and a you know, kind of a Wrecking Ball disruption comp can be very powerful, especially on Gardens.
Yeah. Absolutely. And, you know, if you love Lijiang Tower so much, maybe you should sign up to another university, jump onto their collegiate team, because, well, you'll never get enough of that map when you're on that squad. Yeah, of course. Definitely some great opportunities. I'm most looking forward to some boops once we head over to Garden. Classically, I'm a big fan of it.
Yeah, no, it's great. Oh, and look at this. We go to Gardens right off the bat. Gotta love seeing it. Both of these compositions looking to come out with a dive look. Quibsy going to be on the Wrecking Ball, but we've got the 6-man with a little bit of a difference there on the Doomfist for FAU.
4, 3.
Oh yeah, FAU. I mean, JZB has pulled out some big picks in the past. He's not afraid of running into the Junkrat as well, and a Doomfist. Similar playstyle with the mobility there, but let's just jump into the action right now as the first brawl starts.
Yeah, we're going to see a quick roll through by Quibsy. They're not going to stay for too terribly long. Hack comes in on Quibsy, but they're going to be able to get the pick onto the Sombra instead. A lot of damage being layered in now from Red Ninja on the legs. Another pick in favor of Bethel University, and they are off to a great start so far.
Yeah, it's looking quite good for Bethel. While Florida Atlantic did gain control inside of the point, it hasn't really proved to be valuable as it easily allowed flanks to take place. And definitely good flanking out here from Big J5. And on top of that, Red Ninja's off angles to begin this fight were critical to that first cap.
Yeah, they certainly were. And now with Bethel University firmly in control of the point, they're starting to push forward too, seeing if they can get a couple more exit picks. That's going to do it for them, though, and they're going to come away with a nice first fight win here.
For sure, and now there is a new angle coming out here from Florida Atlantic, taking the same route that was chosen by Bethel in that first fight. Might be able to serve them well. They do have players circling around. Here comes the Coalescence from Soba Mask, and they're getting a great amount of heals, forcing out that Transcendence as well.
Yeah, that's a nice thing to force out, because after that is gone, they can really start to do some damage. Quibsy's already out. Self-destruct comes in, and it's gonna be big. Catches 2 players, both DPS of Bethel University down. There's 40% on the board for him, but this is gonna go Florida's way in short order. Oh, I take that back. Bethel University says not so fast. And they continue to show their dominance here on this first map. Point flips over briefly to Florida Atlantic, but they're going to come away with this fight win.
Oh, and there goes the beat drop, forced out as Jake is pummeling Hopeful Pie, trying to escape it. It is a long contest coming from Florida Atlantic, but it will not secure them the win. 20 points on that percentage, not too bad, though.
No, that is really great, especially considering that Bethel University was in control of that fight the entire time. Looking into this next fight, though, Bethel has a distinct advantage in the ult economy.
We do have this EMP on the ready with Kyler. If they can use that in conjunction with the rest of their squad, I think it's going to come through, and it should hack plenty of those players, but they don't have the angles on them.
Yeah, that is unfortunate. Quibsy gonna get a pick to start things out. The minefield doing extra work as well. And now we've got a distinct advantage coming in from Bethel University once again.
It started out as a hopeful opportunity for Florida Atlantic in the beginning, but I don't think that EMP found the value that Kyler was looking for, and they just were in poor positioning. Off angles were cut off, especially inside of that hut, so they couldn't take a real advantage in that fight.
No, they weren't able to. 90% on the board now for Bethel University. Self-destruct comes in. Not going to fight anybody this time, but briefly clears away a few members of FAU. JCB going to go down first. The DMAC comes in as well onto Bear Steven. They are going to lose their life. And Bethel University just cleaning things up on the back of a tremendous tack visor from Red Ninja.
Oh, Red Ninja absolutely wiped the floor with Florida Atlantic in that last fight. It was one-sided, to be sure, over in the Gardens, but we're just getting started, Juggle, so it might be a good opportunity as we move into this second round here in the night market that Florida Atlantic can bring it back.
Yeah, this is a prime opportunity for them. I would imagine we're going to see very similar compositions coming out, although Brawl is a little bit more favored on this map versus Gardens. Of course, it's not quite as popular when you run it on a control center, but it is still very important here.
5.
Yeah, we're definitely seeing a big shift in the composition coming from Florida Atlantic, but not too big of a change, except for Quibsy and Momo adjusting a little bit. Oh no, Big J even swapping back to the Tracer. They're holding steadfast because they feel that what they did in the previous round is working well for them. But the first one's on the objective, as we saw last round. It was Florida Atlantic. Let's see if it pays off this time.
I imagine we're going to see a first possession coming through. I imagine they're going to take this over into their control. But Quibsy's going to come in with a pile driver to try and disrupt their opportunities here. The May going to cause him a little bit of problems, but he's able to roll away with relative impunity. Points starting to go now in favor of Florida Atlantic as Bethel University needs to find more angles. Try and push in on this. Now Big has an opportunity to take out Soba, and with the help of Red Ninja, they are able to do just that. Pick onto Jake, though, means that there's a support down for each side right now. Florida University looking a little rough at the moment, despite coming away with the first possession, and Big J coming in with a big pulse.
Yeah, that was a great play again by Bethel. They're good at allowing Florida to take that first objective, or at least have it a little bit this time, as this is the first time they actually secured it in the first control. But they are able to swap it away, transfer that control of the objective by splitting up the attention from Florida. They can't keep their eye on every angle that Bethel's coming through, but watch out for this minefield for their initial take.
Yeah, that was a beautifully placed minefield right there by Quibsy. As soon as that teleporter came up, he knew exactly what to do. Now we've got the Transcendence committed from Bethel to try and keep them up, and both supports for FAU are down. Nice boot comes in from Quibsy as well, sends Bear Steven off the map, and Bethel University holds on again.
We are getting our fair share of boops today, Juggle, even from both Quibsy and Momo bringing it down, sending him to the streets. And I'm very surprised, well, actually not pleasant, I'm pleasantly surprised with how well Bethel is handling this squad at the moment. Florida Atlantic, they need to figure out a way to keep all their angles covered because they just are letting their backs be smacked, and it is causing them to fail tremendously.
You know what? We've seen a wholesale swap coming in from FAU. They've decided that Brawl isn't going to be the way to go. Graviton Surge coming out now from Bearcatch's several members, but it's going to be the picks coming in once again from Bethel. Tack Visor now committed off the back of the rally from Jake is going to allow them to push in again. One pick comes in favor of FAU, but with 80% on the board and this fight going Bethel's way once again, FAU has their back against the wall.
Ooh, the final stagger kill onto Kyler. They're slowly but surely letting themselves let go of any hope of getting back onto the objective, and there's so many ults at the disposal of Bethel right now. There's the landmines committed, and that's just going to be about it, Juggle. That should be everything we're seeing here on Lijiang Tower as Bethel University takes map 1.
And in what fashion they did as well. I would say that that was a pretty dominant performance coming out from Bethel University. They did an excellent job really surrounding FAU, and FAU just wasn't able to handle that kind of positioning and that kind of pressure from multiple angles.
Oh, I think we're about to see one of those fantastic boops right here. The perfectly timed boop right as JZB exits from the ice safety and all thrown out of the ice and into the fire. An
Right.
unfortunate tale here for Florida Atlantic as we end map 1 with a loss for them and a big win here for Bethel.
Yeah, that was a tremendous win coming in for Bethel University. Now, we're going to take a short break here because looks like we're having a few technical issues with my microphone, so we're going to try and get those sorted out. We will see you back here very soon. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the broadcast. We have gotten these technical difficulties ironed out, and we are ready to go into map number 2, Los. And I'm very excited about this pick. It wasn't King's Row, which is a little bit of a surprise.
You know, it happens to be a surprise, but I am happy with this surprise because we're jumping over to Dorado here for map 2. And not only are we jumping to a new map, there's also a lot of different players jumping out of the lineup. In fact, it's actually a little bit of a juggle of the rosters, if you will, Juggle God. If you're interested and if you're paying attention, you'll notice on the side of Bethel University, Zach has been going from the support over to the DPS. Quibsy jumping from tank into support. Big J is subbing out from the DPS role and will be replaced by Space Marine, who's picking up, actually, since they moved around, it's going to be tank. But,
yeah, so lots of shuffling happening, and you know, I'm excited to see what these changes are going to bring for Bethel University, and maybe if FAU is able to come back with a little bit more force here on Dorado. I'm a little bit puzzled by this Dorado pick, I'm not going to lie, because it does come from FAU, and I feel like... And we saw how Bethel came away with a stronger dive on that first, on Lijiang Tower.
Well, I mean, let's take a look at the lineup right now. You see what Electron's on? Are we getting baited, Juggle?
Oh, I think so. I think this is absolutely a bait. But you never know. I think I'm putting my money on bait, but I am ready to be surprised.
Well, this is an opportunity for Florida to make up for where they lacked previously. If they struggled against the dive composition, perhaps now they can read a little bit into what Bethel is providing and bring it to the table, and they can counteract that. It's all about being adaptable. That's how you become a better player, but it is a bait no longer.
No, it is not.
Holding steady onto that Bastion.
Yeah, this is an interesting pick. We're going to go for a little bit of a pirate ship here. Zach already trying to take an alternate angle from Red Ninja to get a little damage past those shields. They're able to take out Electron with the sticky bombs as well. That is a huge pick in favor of Bethel University. We're going to have Hopeful Pie go down as well. Space Marine bites off a little bit more than they can chew, though. And Bethel University going to be without their main take, but only momentarily as Quibsy is able to come in with the res.
It is just a firing squad going down onto Florida Atlantic. It almost feels like an ambush. All of the different angles being held from Bethel was just impossible. That's a constant thing I'm going to be bringing up in this series. It's the fact that Bethel is keeping all of these angles. They are unstoppable because they are so hard to see, so hard to shoot, because you never know where they're coming from.
Right, yeah, you really want to be able to focus down one hero, but if you're getting poked and prodded from so many different directions, it becomes very difficult to kind of keep that concentration on one player. Speaking of one player, Electron gets removed from the fight first once again. And I'm not sure if the Bastion is going to be the pick for Florida Atlantic. I think we might need to see a swap coming out, although pick does come out onto Space Marine, who once again bit off more than they could chew. Red Ninja trying to get in some damage to get the last little bit of their ultimate online. But now Florida's gotten this cart moving quite a bit. High Noon takes out Jake, and with that, Quibsy might have to try for a res if they've got it back online.
Here comes the duplication. It's going to be Zach going into Sigma. If they can get that Gravitic Flux, it might be massive. Watching all those in the air.
That was incredible. They weren't able to finish the ultimate, but they were able to get so many in the air that Red Ninja was able to take him out with that tac visor. One pick does come onto Red Ninja, but that's going to be all that FAU is able to get here. However, they got the cart very, very far.
Yeah, valiant effort coming out here from Florida Atlantic. They went much further than we expected. While they were taking so much damage, they were able to sustain themselves, stay on the cart, and push that objective all the way to the end.
Yeah, and they're still sticking with the Bastion, probably because they have that ultimate, but Bastion, it becomes so much harder to set them up once you've lost possession of the cart. So, they're fighting an uphill battle at the moment, but once they get secured, this could be very powerful for them. Self-destruct now coming in from Mobo. It's going to catch out the off-tank. There's Steven, and with that, Supercharger going to be committed as well. They are throwing everything, including the rally, into this fight. They want to take Bethel University out, but with the Nano Boost and the Valkyrie committed, there's so much healing happening and so much extra damage being pumped into FAU as well. Now we've got the tank configuration from Electron going laying ham as well, but it's not going to be worth it. It's going to be Zach taking them out of the sky. Tyler asleep on the job now for FAU. Are they going to wake up in time? Not before Red Ninja takes out the entire support line of FAU, and once again, Bethel's going to hold.
Let's talk about that duplication for a second, Jungle. That was absolutely insane. Normally, you wouldn't expect to duplicate onto the support, but the duplication from Zach on the Baptiste allowed them to utilize that immortality field. It may have been a completely different story if that wasn't at the ready for Bethel.
Yeah, that's a very good point. And, you know, it's that kind of split-second decision-making and unexpected play that makes Echo so valuable in a lineup. You know, having a smorgasbord of heroes to choose from when you duplicate really makes for some dynamic gameplay. Now we've got the initiation coming in from FAU, but it's the tack visor once again from Red Ninja that's doing the job. And there's just 2 members left of FAU. It's just Fordo on point, and even though it's a Roadhog with a lot of health, there's only so much they can do. Bethel University holds right at the end of first point.
Red Ninja out there living every soldier main's dream with the perfect shots coming on that tactical visor, all of the protection and support and peel coming from the rest of the team. Being able to dive into the rest of the tank line against Florida Atlantic is just a wonderful set piece coming here from Bethel, and they're demonstrating a great amount of effort, time, and dedication as a squad to be able to have this chemistry and decimate Florida Atlantic.
Yeah, I mean, what a recontest on that. I believe it was third fight where FAU just about captured first point. Bethel University, they played patiently. They waited until they had their squad grouped up with them, and then they went in together and were able to stave off that aggression from FAU. Now, FAU has a very tough job ahead of them. They have to hold this first point, and they've got to hold it hard. But I like the composition so far that they're running out with on defense.
Attackers incoming in.
Oh yeah, let's talk about Fordo over on the Hog. Big Hog fan here. I don't know if you knew that, Juggle.
No, that's new.
Hog fan.
Yeah?
Yeah, of course. And, well, there isn't too much defense against that. It is Space Marine's bubble that can prevent the hooks from coming through, but it might be exactly what they need just to isolate those players, because that has always been their big issue. Isolating a player, locking them down, using the halt and Fordo to get them both in place might be what they need to at least win some of those initial engagements.
We've got Zach now on the Widowmaker looking for an early pick, unable to find it, and they're going to run out with this double sniper look here on Dorado. A little bit unusual, especially on attack, but you know what? If anyone can make it work tonight, I think it's Bethel University. Immortality field committed, but it goes down right before Hopeful Pie is eliminated from the fight. Red Ninja continuing to pop off on this DPS role, securing 2 picks for Bethel University. But Quibsy not to be outdone on the Lucio, coming up with some majorly aggressive plays here. The Hog is asleep in the backline now, and Bethel University should be able to collapse on him and take him out of the fight. And they are on the brink of capturing this first point right now. Just a few meters to go, and that's going to do it. Bethel University goes up 2-0.
Oh, just a little bit of bullying right there toward the end, huh, Juggle?
Yeah, a little bit from the Lucio. Yeah.
Uzi adding insult to injury, as we knew that Fordo was unable to be a part of that fight with Zach. A critical player utilizing that gravitic flux as part of the duplication, creating the opportunity for Red Ninja to blast them out of the sky, and it shows the synergy, especially when it comes to the ultimates, is on lock with Bethel.
Yeah, it really is. They their coordination so far has been top notch, and I feel like FAU has some good players, but their team fights just haven't quite been as well coordinated again as Bethel Universities have. They've done a fantastic job of making sure that they go when every player is ready to go. And FAU needs to, I think, take a page out of Bethel University's book if they're going to stay in this series. They're down 2-0 now. Their backs are against the wall.
Yeah, well, at least if they had their backs against the wall, they could see where they're being shot from, but that's certainly not the case of what's going on right now in this series. Unfortunately, it's got to be a little bit about the focusing on fire. You have to focus your fire if you're Florida
Right.
Atlantic right now. You need to pick your targets correctly, efficiently, and lock it down that way, because if everyone is looking this way, someone's looking that way, someone's looking behind, you're not going to have that efficiency. All the while, everyone on the side of Bethel has found their target, made their mark, and took down a player easily. If that's going to be the case continuing into map 3, I wouldn't be surprised if this is a clean sweep.
Yeah, it certainly could be. But FAU, they have to come in now with the reverse sweep if they're going to come away with this match. We do have our next map pick in now, and we will be headed to the cherry blossom strewn Japanese locale of Hanamura.
Well, that's always exciting. I'm a big fan of Hanamura. I feel like we don't see enough of this, at least just in general when it comes to collegiate or really Overwatch in general. I feel like Hanamura gets dogged a little bit, but I'm a huge fan. I'm ready to rock, and this should be a good opportunity for Florida Atlantic for the reasons I was just stating. There's going to be choke points when they're on the defense. There's only 2 ways that Bethel can make their entry onto Objective A. It's going to be that main doorway and the window, but we already know that is going to be one of their focal points on the attack.
Yeah, it certainly will be. And, we would be remiss if we did not bring up teleporter strategies on Hanamura. So I'm anticipating that we're going to see a completely new look coming out from both of these teams. I think we're going to see Brawl coming out because the TP to first point is just so powerful, especially if you've got that Mei there to wall off the main entryway to the point. You can get a couple of ticks without there hardly being any opportunity for the defense to make a counterattack. So I'm anticipating we're going to see Symmetra rear their head in this next match.
Well, perhaps that composition adjustment is going to be shown in the adjustment to the lineup. We're having JZB come back into the game after they took a quick round to sit out in Dorado. They will be swapping out for Kyler. So it is leaving us to wonder, is this going to be our Symmetra player? Is this going to be I've seen him before, our Junkrat spammer? Are we going to see it?
Who knows? We are going to find out, though, very shortly. It's going to be, let's see here, Bethel University on the defense first. And I love double shield on defense for Hanamura. This is such a powerful look. You can set up Space Marine on the Orisa on the high ground, or keep a Momo up there. Space Marine playing more towards the back behind that rock on first point. Also an excellent idea. Quibsy on the Baptiste as well. Going to be a fantastic counterpoint to Space Marine and Momo. It'd be very valuable to have that immortality field here on defense.
2, 1.
Oh, without a doubt, and the story always goes, whoever pops the first immortality field normally is popping the worst immortality field.
I like this look coming out from Florida Atlantic. We're not going to see Brawl come out. We're not going to see a Symmetra TP. But Fordo on the Wrecking Ball is going to play really well into this double shield composition. They're going to be able to get a lot of disruption in. There's Stefan now trying to push through the main choke. Fordo's able to knock Orisa off that high ground, ruining their positioning. Sorry, able to knock off that Sigma, rather. Now getting in a little bit more damage, going down very low. And in fact, it's going to be Jake finishing them off. So Bethel University off to a great defense so far, especially with the pick that Zach just secured as well.
Yeah, a good early pick with Fordo in the back line, but an issue with that one was the fact that there was no follow-up. Fordo was in the back line. There was a lot of players stuck together with that Wrecking Ball hit, but no one was there to give the support that was required for that follow-up damage.
Yeah, that was just a tremendous showing, especially from Zach on the Hanzo, securing so many final blows right there. That's going to be really hard for Fordo to deal with on Wrecking Ball as well. You know, most of the snipers are fairly easy pickings, but with that Storm Bow, lots of damage can go into a Wrecking Ball very quickly. They're going to be pushed out by Quibsy initially, though. Going to have to find another angle. JZB going down very low as well. Zach able to get a couple nice headshots, and they're going to have their Dragon Strike online soon. I'm going to be looking for a nice Halt Dragon Strike combo to come through from this Bethel University team.
Storm arrows are out again, and this is just a continuation. Oh, there's that Dragon Strike we were expecting, but It narrowly misses the majority of FAU.
However, it did isolate Bear Stefan inside that choke. They almost are able to take them out. So a nice zoning effect that Zach had with that Dragon Strike. Red Ninja layering in a little more damage. And now we see Fordo swap over to the Reinhardt. However, that shield is not going to be in place for Bear Stefan or Electron as they are both removed from the fight. And Momo finishes with the cleanup.
A great setup in general here from Bethel. None of these players are clumped up. They're always
Wow.
a beautiful headshot there on Hopeful Black.
Wow.
Zach, stop!
This man is popping off right now. 2 headshots right in a row to secure a fight win for Bethel before the fight really even started. Now, though, there is an opportunity as Quibsy has been taken out of the fight by their doppelganger in Florida Atlantic University. They have the amplification matrix online as well. I'm anticipating it being used very aggressively for a push here.
Another split with that Dragon Strike, but now it's also going to force out the Transcendence along with that Amplification Matrix. It is a full utilization of ultimates at the moment, and it might be the time for Florida Atlantic to strike.
A beautiful gravitic flux knocks out 2 members of Bethel University, and with that, FAU is finally starting to overcome this rock solid defense that Bethel University had. Red Ninja not to be outdone though, trying to deal in some damage from the side, but they are going to be taken out, and FAU comes away with first point.
That's what we've been waiting for. We've been waiting for a full mobility movement, a full-on assault out here from Florida Atlantic. And once they all made their way onto the objective, it became that much easier. As a whole unit, the strength is 6 coupled.
Yes, it certainly is. And look at this. They're already starting off with a nice pick onto Jake. It is going to be countered by Fordo going down, however. And if you're trading at this point on second point, that's going to be an advantage for the defenders because of the spawn being so close. Zach now trying to find Soba Mask. The Immortality Field is there barely in time to save their life as that Dink signaled another headshot coming in from Zach. Here comes Gravitic Flux on the high ground as well from Momo. They're gonna find Bear Stefan again. And now FAU gonna be forced to back up and try again.
Yep, we're going to be expecting another Dragon Strike out from Zach the second that they try and make their assault through this side door. Oh, but Zach is going to take the fight to them. Electron taking one to the dome and is not feeling too good about that one.
No, they are not. JCB gonna swap over now to the Junkrat, so looking to put a little bit more pressure into these shields, I think, because right now Bethel University has this on lockdown. A little bit over 2 minutes to go, so still plenty of time for FAU to make something happen. But it's gonna be hard without Soba Mask during this next push. They're gonna continue with it, and Hopeful Pie pays for that with their life. Now there's no supports here for FAU. This should be an easy cleanup now for Bethel.
Yeah, only 2 minutes left on the clock, and it's gonna be another Dragon Strike from Zach. This player has easily had the most ultimate uses in this round, and will most likely continue that spree with how hot they've been with those spam shots.
Yeah, they have just been finding their mark over and over and over again. Red Ninja now has the Bob online, so I'm looking to them to be a primary player in this next push. FAU gonna have the advantage in the ult department, so if they can coordinate these, if they can make these work, this could be their best opportunity. We're gonna see a push come through from Porter right now. They're trying to take Red Ninja out of the fight. They eventually go down with a little bit of help from JZB. And now FAU has an opportunity. Jake's going to pop the Transcendence, though, as Bethel University starts to come back in this fight. They found the picks they need, and they have stopped this push. Now FAU's looking a little rough going into this next fight, and potentially final one as well.
Yeah, the issue is that they wasted too much before getting onto the objective itself. The resources used were well done. They found value in themselves, but it wasn't enough for them to grab that space and execute onto the objective, especially when we're talking about how the trade works out, where Bethel has that spawn. They're much closer. It allowed that Transcendence from Jake to support the rest of their squad. You need to have that pressure.
They're going to be looking to put the pressure on hard here. They've got a Gravitic Flux, and if they're going to have a successful push, I think this has to be big, but they're out of the fight. Florida needs to reset as fast as they can, but no, they're still continuing to get picked. This is going to be their last best opportunity. If they can get out of this, then maybe they can have a scuffed final fight.
Well, it's going to be hard fought if they can even make it to the objective. Red Ninja is gatekeeping like crazy here, and they won't even have a chance to make one final fight. It's all about in the Blossom Garden. There is no point for them to fight at.
No, there's not. But while FAU wasn't able to capture second, they do have a victory condition online now. They were able to get through that first point. So if they can hold Bethel University back, they can burn a lot of time off on first point, maybe even full hold them. They can stay alive in this tournament, but they're going to have to play almost perfect in order to do that.
That's a tall order, Juggle. That is a tall order indeed. But like I was saying before this map started, this should be their bread and butter, their ability to succeed by having those locked-in choke points, as it's been a struggle. All these different off angles. This should be the moment where JZB can allow the spam to happen with the protection of Fordo and Bear Stefan's double shield. The question is, what is Electron going to do to support that? Can he pop off the same way that we saw Zach do? It's going to be a sniper battle, and I'm wondering who is going to walk away with the victory.
Yeah, this is going to be very exciting to witness, no doubt. Zach on the Widowmaker, I'm not sure if that's going to stick or if we're going to see the Symmetra come out, because right now we've got a brawl composition coming out from Bethel University. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see a swap at the last moment. Junkrat Trap going out to try and get a little bit of an early damage, an early advantage for FAU, but it's seen and removed in short order. Zach is going to remain on the Widow, though, so if they can get a couple of early picks, this could snowball very quickly in favor of Bethel University. Lots of damage now being thrown in by JZB to these shields. A trap goes off, not going to catch anybody in it, but now Zach is looking for a head. Almost finds one through the window. They've got their sights now aimed at this Zenyatta, but not going to be able to find quite the angle they want, and are forced to move just a little bit. But now, taking a lot of damage, they bit off a little bit more they can chew. Bethel University starting to rotate now through the high ground, and this is an excellent plan because this opposition from FAU is going to look to try and poke them down during rotations, but if you can just hide all your rotations, that can take care of the problem. Now we see the aggression coming out from Bethel University. They've already got Hopeful High out of the fight. Electron falls shortly thereafter. Charge coming in as well. Very aggressive from Space Marine. It's going to cause a little bit of distraction in the backline. Red Ninja now looking to finish off the Sigma as well, and they're going to be able to do just that. And Bethel University takes this first point in their first fight.
It was a good effort in the beginning. I think the setup had potential, especially with the absolute denial from Zach having any ability to get an angle, get a shot, because the second they showed their face, it was either Sobamask or Hopeful who had the shots on them, but that distraction and a bit of separation was critical to allowing Bethel to take that side room and get the high ground.
Yeah, that provided such an amazing way for them to rotate, and it was really those rotations that I think gave Bethel University the win right there. We're going to see a swap from Electron over to the Genji, and I feel like that is an interesting swap to make on defense especially. JCB does have the Riptire online, though, so if they can find a nice target with this, if they can find a big opportunity, they can run away with this fight. Electron comes away, though, with the first blood, and now JCB going to follow up with some tremendously well-placed grenades, and that's FAU holding.
It was a great move by JZB. The spam damage coming through was tremendous. Well done, and they didn't even require to put through that Riptire, so they can save it for the next fight. And this should still be the advantage of FAU, as they're having some more ultimates build up in their favor.
That was such a critical fight for FAU to win as well. They needed to come away with that fight win so that they didn't get snowballed by Bethel University. Bethel didn't have too many ultimates, though, moving into that first fight. And in fact, the advantage still in FAU. Here comes the Riptire, and it's going to find Quibsy out very quickly. That's big because they had that sound barrier online. That could have been used to support them through an extended engagement. But now, they most likely need to just wait for them to get back into the fight. Oh, but the picks are coming in still for FAU. They're pushing forward hard, and they are being rewarded for it.
Oh, we were thinking a little bit not too confident on that Electron Genji pick, but
Right?
it has paid dividends, Juggle. They're almost at that Dragon Blade, and it was such great utilization of the dashes along with their team. Cleaning up so many kills is giving them even more or less time for Bethel to work with.
They do still have 3 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock, though, so plenty of time for them to build up ultimates, and it looks like that's their plan. Zach, the only one on Bethel's side without an ultimate, so FAU is going to have to be very, very efficient with their ultimate use if they're going to outlast Bethel here. I'm looking to a Shatter Bomb coming in, but no, it's just a Shatter. There's going to be an Immortality Field, though, to keep members of FAU up, and their picks are coming in favor of them, too. This FAU side is really finding their footing now on Hanamura. It looks like this Japanese town may have been the place that they needed to reverse their fortunes.
Absolute havoc in Hanamura here as 3 ultimates only from Bethel were expended, but we got almost all of them on the side of Florida. They live to tell the tale for a little while longer, but this is going to be still an upwards battle. Well, seeing a lot of different hero changes as we're moving into the next fight, and I'm not sure what composition Bethel is going to pick up.
This is interesting. They changed over everyone except, I believe, the DPS, unless Zach swapped very early on in that fight, and I just missed it. So Bethel gonna give away this ult advantage that they had, and already they're paying for it because the only person with an ult is down and out of the fight.
Exactly. Might be hunted at this point. Electron is looking for blood, and they found it in Jake. This is going to be a tight situation again for Bethel.
Bethel University just cannot figure out how to make this attack work against FAU. FAU has just done a tremendous job right now. You have to admire the mental fortitude that it takes to come back and mount such a staggeringly well-executed defense. You know, they're not going to come away with a map win here, but they can at least come away with a draw and live to fight another day.
Zach just sussing out some information at this point. Going to find out the same thing that they knew for the last few fights. It's a strong defense coming through, and JZB here with the Riptire looking to cause havoc once again.
Let's see if he can find anybody. No, it's going to be removed at the last second. But speaking of removed, that is what happened to Zach as well. And Zach has been just such a pivotal player for Bethel University that this push is going to be very hard without them. Looks like they're taking it slow. They may be trying to back off to get Zach back into the fight, but they're having a hard time because JZB is just throwing in so much spam damage. Now we've got the the amplification matrix committed by Bethel University. There's going to be a fire strike kill onto Momo, and both tanks are now down for Bethel University, and now there's just a minute left to go. FAU is really coming to their own on this defense.
That's a hunt now to take down Quibsy again. This squad that showed such prowess in the first 2 maps is struggling to get even in the objective.
Yeah.
And it's a great 180 of the performance we've seen from Florida, and I'm excited. I do believe this team can take it to map 4.
I think there is a very strong chance, especially looking at the ultimates that FAU has coming online. Electron, Genji must be a comfort pick because they have just been tremendous on this pick. And while, you know, there's maybe some questions about how it fits into this comp, and on defense, there's no question about how it's being executed. We've got pressure being put on the point now. Bethel University this time wanting to take a little bit of a different engagement. Red Ninja now firing through that amplification matrix. Immortality Field is down, and that's the signal for Electron to go ham with this blade. But they're not able to find any kills, and in fact lose their life to Momo, who popped that Gravitic Flux. Now with an amplification matrix online, things are going to be looking a little bit tougher for FAU. But the pick still coming in hand over fist for FAU. But there's only one player left. It's just Zach and Jake on point. Can anybody touch from FAU? No, they can't. And Bethel University, at the last moment, comes away with the map win and the match win.
No way, Juggle! No way that they just came through in the final moment, in the 11th hour, almost into overtime, somehow winning that fight in the end. What an insane finish to the series!
Yeah, that was tremendous. Bethel University pulling out the win right at the last moment. They were able to come back and take FAU out, but you have to compliment FAU for a stellar defense on Hanamura as well. I mean, if they had played like that through the rest of this series, I don't think it would be over right now.
Absolutely not. That was the best performance we've seen from Florida by far. I am thoroughly impressed with their ability to turn around that performance. The just synergy that they've had, the cooperation. We didn't see that on Dorado. We didn't
No.
see that on Lijiang, but they brought it here on Hanamura. If they had that move, that ability to work together so cleanly, to find those picks, to have Electron over on the Genji, hunt for those frags, hunt for those elims, we would be looking at a much different series right now. Like you said, it would not be over, not by a long shot.
But this is where we are at, Los. It has gone over to Bethel University. They had the clutch factor, and in the end, that is what mattered. They were able to come away with a tremendous fight win by the skin of their teeth on that second point of Hanamura. What an exciting way to finish it, but we are not over just yet. We're going to take a short break, but right after that, we're going to have an interview with one of the players from Bethel University, so stick around, don't go anywhere, we'll be right back. Sporg of heroes to choose from when you duplicate really makes for some dynamic gameplay. Now we've got the initiation coming in from FAU, but it's the TAC Visor once again from Red Ninja that's doing the job. And there's just 2 members left of FAU. It's just Fordo on point, and even though it's a Roadhog with a lot of help finishing them off. So Bethel University off to a great defense so far, especially with the pick that Zach just secured as well.
Yeah, a good early pick. Porto in the back line, but an issue with that one was the fact that there was no follow-up. Porto was in the back line. There was a lot of players stuck here from Bethel. None of these players are clumped up. They're always
Wow.
A beautiful headshot there on Hopeful Flag.
Wow.
Zach, stop!
This man is popping off right now.
Another split with that Dragon Strike, but now it's also going to force out the Transcendence along with that Amplification Matrix. It is a full utilization of ultimates at the moment, and it might be the time for Florida Atlantic to strike.
A beautiful gravitic flux knocks out 2 members of Bethel University, and with that, FAU is finally starting to overcome this rock solid defense that Bethel University had. Red Ninja, they had that sound barrier online. That could have been used to support them through an extended engagement, but now they most likely need to just wait for them to get back into the fight. Oh, but the picks are coming in still for FAU. They're pushing forward hard, and they are being rewarded. It's going to be an immortality field, though, to keep members of FAU up, and their picks are coming in favor of them, too. This FAU side is really finding their footing now on Hanamura. It looks like this Japanese town may have been the place that they needed to reverse their feud. We've got pressure being put on the point now. Bethel University this time wanting to take a little bit of a different engagement. Red Ninja now firing through that amplification matrix. Immortality field is down, and that's the signal for Electron to go ham with this blade. But they're not able to find any kills, and in fact lose their life to Momo, who popped that gravitic flux. Now with an amplification matrix online, things are going to be looking a little bit tougher for FAU. But the pick still coming in hand over fist for FAU. But there's only 1 player left. It's just Zach and Jake on point. Can anybody touch from FAU? No, they can't. Sporg of heroes to choose from when you duplicate really makes for some dynamic gameplay. Now we've got the initiation coming in from FAU, but it's the TAC Visor once again from Red Ninja that's doing the job. And there's just 2 members left of FAU. It's just Fordo on point, and even though it's a Roadhog with a lot of help finishing them off. So Bethel University off to a great defense so far, especially with the pick that Zach just secured as well.
Yeah, a good early pick. Porto in the back line, but an issue with that one was the fact that there was no follow-up. Porto was in the back line. There was a lot of players stuck here from Bethel. None of these players are clumped up. They're always
Wow.
A beautiful headshot there on Hopeful Flag.
Wow.
Zach, stop!
This man is popping off right now.
Another split with that Dragon Strike, but now it's also going to force out the Transcendence along with that Amplification Matrix. It is a full utilization of ultimates at the moment, and it might be the time for Florida Atlantic to strike.
A beautiful gravitic flux knocks out 2 members of Bethel University, and with that, FAU is finally starting to overcome this rock solid defense that Bethel University had. Red Ninja, they had that sound barrier online. That could have been used to support them through an extended engagement, but now they most likely need to just wait for them to get back into the fight. Oh, but the picks are coming in still for FAU. They're pushing forward hard, and they are being rewarded. It's going to be an immortality field, though, to keep members of FAU up, and their picks are coming in favor of them, too. This FAU side is really finding their footing now on Hanamura. It looks like this Japanese town may have been the place that they needed to reverse their feud. We've got pressure being put on the point now. Bethel University this time wanting to take a little bit of a different engagement. Red Ninja now firing through that amplification matrix. Immortality field is down, and that's the signal for Electron to go ham with this. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the broadcast. If you're just joining us, where have you been? But more importantly, Bethel University came away with a 3-0 win over FAU. Now, Los and I have our interview here ready to go. We've got the DPS phenom from Bethel University, Red Ninja, with us. Congratulations, first off, Red Ninja, and good luck to you as well during the rest of the season. To start things off, I want to know, what do you think was the secret to your success tonight against this FAU squad?
I think we just relied on our individual mechanics and also our team-based abilities. We really rely on our main tank, Quibsy, most of the time. He gives the shot calls, so a big kudos to him. But overall, it was a good match.
It certainly was a good match and a nail biter toward the end on Hanamura. Talk to me about how you were struggling in the beginning and ultimately found success. What was going through your head?
Yeah, we were trying to cross the left, but just they were putting up a really good fight and want to let us do it. But towards the end, we kind of went to a different comp, a different double shield comp. So that allowed us to kind of secure that victory, and Zach kind of popped off at the end.
Speaking of making switches, you made quite a few big changes as we went into Dorado. Why all those adjustments and role swaps between players?
We're kind of testing some stuff out. We want to see who's good at what roles, and we also wanted to get Space Marine in, get him some playing time. So yeah, just testing stuff out.
Excellent. Well, it looks like this test was a success. I think you passed with straight A's this time around. Now, I want to know what is next for you with Bethel University. What are you looking to do this spring? This is just the start of the semester, so how do you anticipate it going for you?
Yeah, so we are in NECC and also ECAC. So we got those two leagues for us. And we're in the fall we won our division in NECC, so we have that under our belt. So we plan to do the same, and then we also want to show up in ECAC.
Excellent. Now, before I let you go, just want to know if you'd like to give a shout out to anybody, teammates, friend, family, whoever.
Shout out my team, of course. Shout out my friend Jeff if he's still watching. But yeah, shout out my coach Dan. Yeah.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much for coming in for the interview tonight. And again, good luck for the rest of the season. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, Los, that's going to do it for this match right here. But we're going to take a short break. Any final words for the audience before we throw it to said break?
Well, obviously, we got to shout out Jeff, but I mean, GG's to both of those squads. Florida Atlantic has a lot of potential going throughout this season, and Bethel is going to be a team to watch out for with all those other squads who are looking to compete. But other than that, I'm ready to keep this action rolling. So we'll be right back for the match between, it's going to be Johnson and Wales University and Stevenson. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the broadcast. We've got another exciting match coming up for you. Johnson and Wales gonna go up against Stevenson University. My name, once again, Warren Juggle God Hammond, and joining me again is Los.
That's right, we're still here, and it's still clear that Esports U is bringing the best collegiate esports as we continue on the ECAC regular season week 1. We already got one match down, one more to go, and like you said, it's Stevenson versus Johnson and Wales, and I'm curious, what map are we going to first?
Would you believe we are headed to none other than Lijiang Tower, the favorite locale of every collegiate program.
That's crazy. I've never seen this before, but there's still an opportunity for us to check out a new part of that map. We never got to a round 3. We still got to head over to the control center.
Yeah, we didn't get a chance to see that brawl-centric map control center, or sub-map, if you will. Now, I'm gonna be honest. I think we're gonna see a lot of the same coming out from these two teams. I think it's gonna be a lot of dive, possibly a 6-man, possibly a ball-based composition as well. And that's what I love. You mentioned last time that you're a big Hog fan. Well, I am a Wrecking Ball main. So anytime that little murderous hamster in a mech shows his furry face, I get excited.
Oh, I don't know about that one, Jungle. I think I misjudged you before we got into this game.
Yeah. What do you try to say about Wrecking Ball players, huh? You got some beef with us? Well, we can't do it for that long any longer. That is for sure. We got the nerf that we most definitely deserved. But these two teams gotta roll out with brawl compositions. Got a double shield on one side versus a more standard one on the other, but both of them with the Sim TP. We're gonna see some fireworks fly here in a moment as Johnson Wales able to take the high ground. Stevenson University opts for the low ground approach instead. Already a pick comes out onto Rinzer, courtesy of some of those grenades of Shinobus. In fact, they're going to get a second pick as well, and now JWU gonna push hard against Stevenson all the way back to spawn.
Yeah, Johnson really took advantage of that high ground. The spam, especially coming from Shinobu, allowed them to press their advantage as well, making them all the way back into their spawn, and they're holding that choke point especially well, keeping on that spam damage.
Junkrat is such a powerful character here on Control Center, and I think we saw just exactly why. Shinobu being a tremendous force right now for this Johnson and Wales squad. Amplification Matrix committed, and as soon as that rears its ugly head, the players start to fall on Stevenson University side. They do get a counter pick onto the main tank for Johnson and Wales, but the fight goes in their hands.
Yeah, perfect execution out here from Johnson and Wales. A little bit of hubris made them have to back up toward the end of that fight, but it's still greatly in their favor. Shinobu does have that Riptire to their advantage, but they're just going to drop a couple of ultimates to keep it safe and keep it under their control. I don't even know if Shinobu's going to get someone. There, they finally found someone with that Riptire, and once again, we're finding ourselves here at the spawn of Stevenson.
It's not very often that an entire team beats out a Riptire, but that's just about what happened there for Johnson and Wales. They were able to get such tremendous cleanups. Now we've got an ult advantage coming in for neither side, actually. A little bit for Johnson and Wales, as they both sides have to, but they're leading. Lerman's almost has their sound barrier online. Both shatters committed. People falling onto the ground left and right. Gonna be Samanomi, though, coming out a little bit ahead here. Immortality Field was committed by way of Will, though. So now this is an opportunity for Johnson to push, especially on the back of that sound barrier. They're just gonna mop the floor with what's left of Stevenson.
Oh, you could hear death approaching against Somi Nomi, as it was just undeniable with that beam from Symmetra. You could hear it was at max capability. Once that shield was destroyed, so was Reinhardt. And look at this again, Juggle. They can't even leave their spawn.
Johnson Wales coming out with a vengeance here. Well, maybe not with a vengeance, because this is the first time we've seen them, but regardless, coming out very strong on Control Center. It's clear that they've got a very good understanding of this brawl composition. It's going to be curious to see if they stick to it here on Gardens. It would be quite the departure from our previous game.
Yeah, without a doubt, but I do believe they're going to hold on. I don't think anyone is making an adjustment just yet. I mean, there isn't too much time to do it. Somi Nomi swapping away from the Reinhardt won't allow themselves to be bullied by a Symmetra beam again. They don't have to worry about it, as we have Shinobu and Fushi swapping it up, having a Sombra and a Reaper on deck, moving into Garden.
We have the classic six-man dive coming out from Johnson & Wales, and this composition is so powerful here on Gardens. It's going to push very efficiently into this double shield composition and quickly walks right over it. That is the exact thing you want to see out of this six-man dive. Just perfect execution of this hybrid dive brawl composition.
There was not even a shred of hope there for Stevenson to make a counterattack. It all started with Johnny getting grouped off of the edge. They had no shields to protect them. Somi Nomi was quick to follow as well. So once those shields fell, the rest of the team did follow. And it's looking to be another situation. Once they run out of that shield, the immortality for one, they're all done.
Yeah, this was an excellent play here, especially from Shinobu, taking an off angle as that Stevenson University side tried to push in. Chintalian now with the Primal Rage, going to cause a lot of chaos and convince the rest of the members of Stevenson to just back off and try again.
Rinser, on that Torbjorn pick, I'm not exactly sure how I feel about that one. I feel if you're going to be Torbjorn, you at least need to gain some ground for that turret to have an advantage, to have a real impact. But I think the second that thing will be thrown down, it's going to be removed. Here comes the Gravitic Flux, though. What's going to happen?
We've got a sound barrier committed by Lermans right in the nick of time to save the members of Johnson & Wales. Now with the Coalescence behind them, they're going to be able to do a lot of damage to Stevenson's. And two members fall almost immediately. The rest are going to go by the wayside as well. And Johnson & Wales is primed for another 100-0 win here. Stevenson's really got to change something up.
A supremely wicked counterattack, especially coming from those supports, courtesy of Lermans and Rare Soccer. Both of those players absolutely saved their team with all those heals. All the damage that Steven was trying to pump into that choke point was negated effectively. We might see another one, but there's no support ultimates on this fight. Hopefully Stevenson can bring a response, but the EMP, no!
The EMP catches out 5 members of Stevenson University. They're unable to get away from that self-destruct that came in. They got an early pick onto Chintalian, but it looks like it's going to be all for naught. There is one member who's been able to touch point. Never mind, a few of them from Stevenson have finally gotten back to point after that first fight. But here comes a Death Blossom from Shinobu along with a boot from Lermans. That's going to clean up the rest of the kills, and Johnson & Wales going to go up 1-0 with a very convincing win on Lijiang.
Oh my, I believe that was even quicker than our first Lijiang. That was a speed run here by Johnson & Wales. They are doing an any percent of this best of 5. Well, there needs to be some serious adjustments from Stevenson. Unfortunately, I can't tell you what they need to be.
Yeah, you know, I've got to be honest. I think at least on Gardens, that was a composition difference, right? The 6-man is just so good on Lijiang Gardens, and I just don't think Double Shield was the choice to run into that. They had a hard time getting to point. Yes, if they'd been able to get there, they would have been able to hold on to it pretty well, but you got to get there first, and that composition has a hard time doing just that.
Yeah, I got to agree with you there, Juggle, and especially in that one chokehold, that one critical moment with the beat drop and the coalescence used to keep the rest of Johnson & Wales alive. The issue was they had no one to push their way in. The double shield wasn't enough to make that advance to execute within the objective, and they were just stuck. They allowed themselves to have a counterattack against them, and they earned absolutely nothing for it.
Yeah, I think that at this point we're gonna, you know, we've seen double shield now from Stevenson, and we've seen a let's see here, a brawl composition as well. We haven't seen their dive yet, so you know maybe they want to play rock paper scissors here with their map choice and go to somewhere like we did last time, like going to Dorado. You know, somewhere where maybe they can try out something a little different. But instead, we are going to be headed to Rialto. And this is an interesting pick because a lot of different compositions can be run here.
Of course, it's a composition playground, if you will. There's a lot
really
of
is.
places to
Yeah.
experiment. You know, each leg of the map itself can provide so many different opportunities for different compositions to come to light, especially if they have any snipers on the docket. I'd
Yeah.
like to see if that can be a true factor of stopping this six-man, getting a way to pick apart the enemy team, that being Johnson and Wales, before they could have that true strength that just becomes a steamroller against Stevenson.
Yeah, that's a good point. You know, they may need to start relying on individual players to have pop-off moments, right? And if they can enable someone like that, then they could find an advantage against Johnson and Wales. But right now, Johnson and Wales, their coordination, their target focus has just been unparalleled.
Yeah, that's been a big factor, a big talking point throughout tonight. It's target focus, and they're maintaining that quite nicely. And I also think that some good amount of flanking could be critical to their success as well, because most of the time it was singular angles that Stevenson was coming from that allowed them to just be booped so recklessly, especially in Garden.
And you know what? You're going to get your wish. We've got a sniper on the docket. This time for Johnson and Wales, 2, as a matter of fact, coming out for them. I like the double shield composition on defense as well. You know, not so great on the control center, but I think it really shines here, or it can shine on Rialto. You know, there's such long sight lines on first point.
5, 4,
Yeah, without a doubt, but what are we thinking on this Bastion? We've seen the pirate ship before already tonight, and it didn't necessarily find success, but we might have a different story here today. Shinobu, though, isn't letting that one slip by just yet, especially with that opener onto Wisner.
Yeah, tremendous shot coming in. Look at the headshot onto Stunty as well. Shinobu absolutely going insane on this Widowmaker. What a force to be reckoned with.
No quarter given, absolutely not, by Shinobu. And we're going to have some immediate swaps. Rinzer and Wisner are changing their tune. And Rinzer looking to have that counter sniper attack. But all these halts, all these shields aren't providing too much cover. They have to get across. They have to dive into those snipers.
You know, you mentioned the double shields. And what was tremendous about Shinobu was the fact that they got so many kills despite having 2 shields to go up against. Wisner goes down, but is going to be resurrected early on. But there is a chink in the armor now for Johnson and Wales. They've got 2 members down, Lermans and Shinobu out of the fight. So now Johnson and Wales having to back off as quick as they can and try to hold on for their lives for all they're worth.
That was a good break of the defensive line, and now it allows Stevenson to clean things up. You know, they had a good use of Sigma to suck in all the damage coming through and not rely on the shield, not rely on them. Oh, Fushi, what?
Fushi not to be outdone by Shinobu, gets 2 with the Dragon Strike. Looking to top it off with a couple of more. Can they get these exit picks? No, Shinobu's going to be there to take care of that.
Well, this is a sniper's game.
Wow.
I certainly didn't expect that going into Rialto, but we're finding it to be some sniper elites on the side of Johnson and Wales. And they haven't even had to use many of the ultimates within these fights. Solsta and Chintelian, they're both waiting to use that Gravitic Flux, waiting to use that Supercharger. They haven't needed it.
No, they haven't, but Stevenson University going to come in with a little bit of an advantage in the ult department. If they can use that Supercharger in conjunction with the Amplification Matrix, they could just wipe the floor clean with Johnson and Wales. I'm anticipating something like that coming out. Shinobu now has to reposition a little bit as some pressure's coming in from Stevenson. They've regrouped now. Solsta looking for an opportunity. They're going to try with the Gravitic Flux, and they get a couple kills. The Gravitic Flux and the Supercharger used from Stevenson's, but to no avail.
Yeah, we were talking about the ultimate advantage, but really, it's all about getting to the fight, getting to a position where that can be utilized, and that's just been denied and denied and denied out here by Johnson and Wales. They had the ability to utilize those superior ult economy, but they could never get in position to use it.
Yeah, and now I like this change that's coming out from Stevenson's. They're going over to the Wrecking Ball, which is going to be able to put a lot of pressure on Shinobu. And that is something that is desperately needed right now from the Stevenson side. Shinobu, though, still having opportunity to take some pot shots. Johnny, not at the moment, focusing them down, and that could be a slight misallocation of resources. Ooh, shot comes in, though, from Wisner, whizzing right into the head of Shinobu, almost taking them out of the fight.
Forced retreat out from that amplification matrix coming from a wave will, and it does negate it a little bit, except for the idea they gain some space and can actually head over toward that objective, but the bomb doesn't even build that area, that momentum that they were looking for. Shinobu fighting for their life to take out Stunty, though. It's just an absolute ultimate trade out here.
You know, it is tough to get a nice shot onto that Murder Moth Mercy when she really gets going. Johnny finds a kill right here. There has been a resurrection as well onto Sami Nomi, so there's an opportunity for them to come back, but Johnny's going down very low again. Can they pick them off? Chintalian comes back with the Wrecking Ball as well and is able to find Sami Nomi, the off tank, so they're out of the fight. We've got an amplification matrix now committed by Rare Soccer, and that's going to cause a lot of problems for the Stevenson side. Shinobu finds a pick in. Now they're starting to come in hand over fist for Johnson and Wales. They stop them at the end of first.
Yeah, that was a great utilization of both the Dragon Strike and that Amp Matrix. It was a very quick death for the last player who was trying to push that cart, and really these snipers were coming in huge for Johnson and Wales. Fushi and Shinobu were putting the absolute hardest work in here and making it look quite easy despite getting around 2 shields for a majority of that first round.
Yeah, I gotta come back to that, right? The fact that Shinobu was able to get so many picks around those shields, that, you know, it shows either tremendous positioning on the side of Johnson Wales and Shinobu, or just a lack of awareness from the tanks on Stevenson's side. You know, they needed to have those sightlines really locked down with those shields, but just were unable to. And with no pressure coming onto Shinobu, that made it easy for Johnson and Wales to hold.
Yeah, we found Shinobu and Fushi having free reign across their side of the map. There wasn't that much pressure. The only time that we did see a little bit of danger coming on to those snipers was when Wisner almost took the head off Shinobu in that one shot. Other than that, that was the single time there was vulnerability in that DPS line.
Yeah, and, you know, even despite Johnny swapping over to the Wrecking Ball, not a whole lot of pressure was put on the backline of Johnson and Wales. Now, Stevenson, they're going to go with the double shield composition to try and hold this point. And curiously, Chintalian over on the Roadhog, we're seeing a double off-tank look from Johnson and Wales.
Well, I'm not sure they're too concerned just yet. I mean, I guess you can't even blame the tanks at this point. Shinobu was always finding a way to get around these shields.
Yeah, he really is. He's just doing a tremendous job finding the angles that he needs to. Now, Chintalian getting the final blow there onto Sami Nomi, looking to get a couple more stagger kills, and already they are inching ever so closer to victory. Stevenson needs to regroup fast for a final attack here, but Fushi's not going to let him. Without Way of Will, it's going to be very hard to maintain presence on point.
Oh yeah, just these different angles. This off angle out of Fushi, they don't even know where the arrows are coming from, and they can't do a dang thing to stop it. Johnson and Wales University decisively win map 2, and by the way they're playing, I won't be expecting a map 4.
Yeah, this has just been a stellar showing from Johnson and Wales, and oh, I hope this is that first play from Shinobu. It is. I mean, this was just tremendous Widowmaker play right here. I mean, look at the patience. Look at, you know, the time that they took to get to the side of that shield. Just incredible.
Whew. Yeah, definitely some great effort across the board there from Johnson and Wales, and you got to give it up to the rest of the team. I believe it was Rare Soccer who also stopped the Wrecking Ball from having any big advantage, because we did see that in the backline, but the Discord Orb, the team focus fire out from both Fushi as well as Rare Soccer just negated any presence that was felt. Any pressure was alleviated instantly.
Yeah, it really was. You know, one of the best things you can do against a Wrecking Ball, gonna give a couple secrets here. Kind of shooting myself in the foot a little bit, but here we go anyway. One of the best things you can do to negate a wrecking ball is to just keep track of where they are, right? If you can keep track of where they are, then you can mitigate a tremendous amount of their usefulness because they're so vulnerable to CC and to things like a Discord orb, right? That is an easy hitbox to find. And you're absolutely right. Johnson and Wales did an excellent job of that. They kept track of where they were on the wrecking ball and were able to just negate the usefulness that they could have had.
Yeah, well, I want to bring out a crazy stat that we saw in the final awards toward the end. It's Shinobu. 12 scoped critical hits and 50% scoped accuracy. That is insane, Juggle. That's insane.
Yeah, Shinobu really the standout player from that last mate. Bushi did an excellent job as well. Got some killer Dragon Strike kills, but I mean, the plays coming out from Shinobu were just top-notch. Well, we've got a little bit more Overwatch action headed your way, but we're going to throw it to a short break while we make sure these teams are ready to go. Stick around, you don't want to miss the end of this matchup. Nomi, though, coming out a little bit ahead here. Immortality Field was committed by way of Will, though. So now this is an opportunity for Johnson to push, especially on the back of that sound barrier. They're just going to mop the floor with what's left of Stevenson.
Oh, you could hear death approaching against Somi Nomi as it was just undeniable with that beam from Symmetra. You could hear it was at max capability. Once that shield was destroyed, no who was Reinhardt. And look at this again, Juggle. They can't even leave their spawn.
Johnson Wales coming. We have the classic six-man dive coming out from Johnson Wales, and this composition is so powerful here on Gardens. It's going to push very efficiently into this double shield composition and quickly walks right over it. That is the exact thing you want to see.
I think the second that thing will be thrown down, it's going to be removed. Here comes the Gravitic Flux, though. What's going to happen?
We've got a sound barrier committed by Lermans right in the nick of time to save the members of Johnson and Wales. Now with the Coalescence behind them, they're going to be able to do a lot of damage to Stevenson's. And 2 members fall almost immediately. The rest are going to go by the wayside as well. And Johnson and Wales is primed for another 100-0 win here.
Into that choke point was negated effectively. We might see another one, but there's no support ultimates on this fight. Hopefully Stevenson can bring a response, but the EMP, no!
The EMP catches out 5 members of Stevenson University. They're unable to get away from that self-destruct that came in. They got an early pick onto Chintalian, but it looks like it's going to be a few of them from Stevenson have finally gotten back to point after that first fight. But here comes a Death Blossom from Shinobu along with a boot from Lermans. That's going to clean up the rest of the kills, and Johnson and Wales got to go up 1-0 with a very convincing
score already tonight, and it didn't necessarily find success, but we might have a different story here today. Shinobu, though, isn't letting that one slip by just yet, especially with that opener onto Wisner.
Yeah, tremendous shot coming in. Look at the headshot onto Stunty as well. Shinobu absolutely going insane on this Widowmaker.
That was a good break of the defensive line, and now it allows Stevenson to clean things up. You know, they had a good use of Sigma to suck in all the damage coming through and not relying on the shield, not rely on them. Oh, Bushi, what?
Bushi not to be outdone by Shinobu, gets 2 with the Dragon Strike. Looking to top it off with a couple of more. Can they get these exit picks? No, Shinobu's going to be there to take care of that.
Well, this is a sniper's game.
Okay, so they're out of the fight. We've got an amplification matrix now committed by Rare Soccer, and that's going to cause a lot of problems for the Stevenson side. Shinobu finds a pick in. Now they're starting to come in hand over fist for Johnson and Wales. They stop them at the end of first to regroup fast for a final attack here, but Bushi's not going to let him. Without Way of Will, it's going to be very hard to maintain presence on point.
Oh yeah, just these different angles, this off angle out of Bushi. They don't even know where the arrows are coming from, and they can't do a dang thing to stop it. Johnson and Wales University.
Nomi, though, coming out a little bit ahead here. Immortality Field was committed by Way of Will, though, so now this is an opportunity for Johnson to push us. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the broadcast. We've got Johnson and Wales up 2-0 right now. And this has been an exciting matchup. But Stevenson, they really need to dig deep, I think, to try and come back in this series. Otherwise, Johnson & Wales going to run away with it like they did these last two lows.
Certainly, and it might be a similar story to the first series of the
Right.
night. A tale of a resurgence within a squad as we make our way to Hanamura. It is entirely possible for this team to bring it back. A main issue that we saw was not enough pressure put on those DPS players. The damage dealers had free reign, and if we could get that dive that we had been looking for, that was missing from Lijiang, that was missing from Rialto, maybe that's going to be the key for their success when it comes to Stevenson.
It certainly could be. You know, Hanamura, we saw a dive run on it last game, and it's certainly very effective. But I'm ready for some Symmetra TPs. We haven't seen them yet tonight on Hanamura. We've got another chance to have it here, and it looks like we might see just that, as Wisner is hovering over the Symmetra in spawn right now. Of course, anything could change between now and the next 30 seconds.
And anything can happen here at Esports U. Anything can
Yes.
happen at ECAC Week 1. Well, regardless, I'm excited. I think this is going to be a commitment on the side of Wisner because it's what they need. They have been struggling to close the distance to get in their face of Johnson & Wales to get exactly where they need to be to do that damage. They've always been at a range disadvantage.
Yeah, they have, but now they're going to be able to close that gap very quickly, and it's important that they're going to do that because this double shield composition, once again, going to look for a lot of poke damage. Nice TP onto the high ground behind point, and now we're going to see Wisner set up beautifully, but Shinobu's already reared their head and taken Stungy out of the fight once again. Point under Stevenson's control now, and that photon projector is burning through members of Johnson & Wales. We've got one tick on the board for Stevenson. They've got a victory condition online, and they turned this into two. We've already got an amplification matrix used, but it's not going to do anything as Shinobu pops off again for Johnson & Wales.
So quite a large commitment out of Way of Will with that amplification matrix. Probably could have waited until the next fight, but hey, they actually got a tick, so it wasn't a wasted opportunity for them. They did gain some damage, some efficacy on that first engagement.
Yeah, they absolutely did. And you know what? I gotta be honest, if Way of Will can build that amp matrix just as fast as they did that first one, they're not gonna have any problems. TP coming in again, this time gonna go over to the right side of point. And once again, Stevenson in control, but they're down one. Make that two members already. Bob now committed from Shinobu, and when there's Shinobu and that Omnic Butler Bob on the prow, things are gonna be really tough for you. Stevenson University gonna fall again.
Yeah, it was a big opportunity, big hopes there with the TP, but it got cut off too short, so not all the players could make it through. It did leave Wisner as well as Somi Nomi a little on their own and naked and afraid, essentially, without the protection of the rest of their squad. So it was a quick fall for them, not as successful as the first run. Well, you know, they got plenty of time. 2 minutes on the run, and let's see what they can do here after this ice wall goes down.
Gonna be a lot committed into this fight from both sides, but once again, Stevenson on the rough end of it. They do have two ticks on the board. Now they need someone from Johnson & Wales to touch, but that photon projector once again doing tremendous damage. Rez is going to come out from Lermans though, and despite giving up a tick, it looks like they're going to come away with another solid defense. A minute and 30 some seconds left for Stevenson's to try and complete first point.
Such a great placement of that photon barrier by Wisner. That was a great utilization of the ultimate, and especially with the photon projector, that it burned so much. It took down Rare Soccer, and they had the advantage, but they accidentally walked out, taken down by Fushi's turret, and that allowed them to drop the multi-core on the point. So still close, but still so far from success. But they're inching their way into this next fight.
And now we see the supercharger committed. Solsta gonna be the first to fall. Bob committed once again to point. Shinobu's gonna find value once again. Weibo commits the amplification matrix. Both of them out on the point right now. And it's just a moment that Stevenson needs to get the point fully under their control, but it's not going to be in the cards this time around. Although there is an effort being put up by Rinzer and Johnny. They're doing their best to stay on point. Johnny just about to get this self-destruct, but it's not going to happen before they're demech once again. And I think that this extended fight is just playing into the hands of Johnson and Wales. Although, I may end up eating my words because Sominomi does get a pick on the Solsta, and they're able to come away with the point cap.
What a great take toward the end there. And actually, Wisner with the long shot of the photon barrier just to keep that added layer of protection. You know, great stall, great delay by Risner and Johnny to keep it alive, to allow them to have that shorter walk to the objective. Johnson and Wales just couldn't keep up because the trip took too much time for them to re-engage into that fight. Oh, speaking of time, and speaking of engagement, we're looking at this fight here on the second objective. Let's see what they can do, opening it up against that turret.
There's going to be a Molten Core committed on point, but Rinzer counters with a Blizzard. That's going to freeze Bob into uselessness, at least for a moment. But Shinobu coming in big once again. They have just been unstoppable as a sniper. 3 picks for them, courtesy of Bob.
Oh, just rallying the rest of them, cleaning them up. It was a nice effort on the side of Stevenson, but the momentum did favor them a little bit. The lack of positioning, especially on the high ground, is what got them in the end, especially with the strength out from Bob being uncontested, unblocked, and unstoppable.
Now we've got an interesting situation as there's just one take ultimate online for each of these teams. Wavewill's going to have this amplification matrix, as is Rare Soccer. And Stunty's inching up on this sound barrier as well. This sound barrier could really help Stevenson out if they use it at the right time. Shatter's thrown out, but it's going to go straight into a shield. Shinobu once again finds Way of Will. No amplification matrix on the menu today for Stevenson University. And now that they're down 2, this is going all in favor of Johnson and Wales. Sound barrier is still going to be committed by Stevenson University. But it's all going to be for naught as Chichalian pops that that supercharger. That's going to deal way too much damage.
Yeah, they had a strong engagement, but it quickly falls apart because the firing squad, the multiple firing angles from Johnson and Wales. We have Shinobu on the top rope, Fushi on the main bridge, and there's just no one they can focus on. They walk into the meat grinder. They still have a minute left. We have seen them pull off a crazy win before on that first objective. But they don't have much time. They don't have that ability to get to the objective quickly unless we're seeing another TP from Wisner, which we will.
Yeah, it's going to go over the coast side. Now we see the photon barrier committed as well. Bob thrown in again by Shinobu. It seems like he's got it just about every fight. Stevenson University, though, they've got a nice job holding on to point here. Rinzer forced to use the ice block, though, to stay alive. Rare Soccer commits the amplification matrix, and now things are really opening up for Johnson and Wales once again. There's just under 30 seconds to go. Stevenson has to rally fast.
It doesn't look too good. 20 seconds on the clock, and they are staggered. It's going to take another TP from Wisner, but if they defend on the outside, it shouldn't be much, especially since they're the most recent one to die. They have to get there quick. Lucio's got to boost them over to the point, but will they have the time to do it? Can they make it? I think they can contest, but what are they going to do once they get there?
It looks like they're going to fall into the gaping hands of a Gravitic Flux, but the picks are now coming in for Stevenson University. They have what they need to do. Both tanks are down from Johnson and Wales. Bob has to be committed again, once again from Shinobu, but the picks are now going in favor of Johnson and Wales. It's just Wisner and Stunty left trying to hold on to this point, but with Bob shooting at you and not missing, it's going to be very difficult to hold on. Johnson and Wales going to come away with a nice second point hold.
Boost engaged.
They got to the objective, they got to the point, but they weren't attacking it, Juggle. What we could see there was multiple attempts of getting in there, getting in the zone they need to control, but they weren't fighting for it. They weren't attacking it. They were just making their way to objective B and trying to survive. There was no offense. It was just strictly trying to live on there as long as possible, and it did not work out. We could see in the last fight, it was the photon barrier attempting to keep him in the game. Bob was sent after it, and all they were doing was putting up the shields, trying to maintain themselves for as long as possible, but the bullets are going to keep coming. The damage is non-stopping on Johnson and Wales, and there was no way they were going to walk out of that one with a win, with the lack of aggression they were bringing to the fight.
Yeah, you know, they had such a golden opportunity there. They had both tanks of Johnson and Wales out of the fight. But Shinobu, once again, on that Ashe, there were so many kills credited to Bob in those second point fights from Johnson and Wales. Stevenson just really didn't have an answer to it, it didn't seem. Stevenson going to come out now with a brawl composition, and Johnson and Wales hovering over this wrecking ball composition. This is a great idea as well. We saw it work with some success in our last game. Curious to see how good it's going to work here.
Yeah, if it's all about that aggression and actually fighting for what you're trying to take, I mean, it's going to be an easy first attack from Alien and narrowly escaping from the Maywall too.
That was very aggressive coming out from Tintalian. Normally, you don't want to go straight into a team, especially when they've got a Mei on their side, but they're able to survive it. They're able to get out of there with their life in hand. In fact, Solsta's going to get the first pick. Now that Sominomi's down, things are going to be tough for Stevenson University. It's going to be up to Johnny to try and keep their team alive. Solsta does fall, but it might not be enough, as Johnson Wales still have several members online and ready to go. Stunty falls as well. And now so many of these Stevenson members are staggered. Johnson and Wales, as long as they can just keep getting picks as these members of Stevenson's come to point, they should have first.
Yeah, seemingly so. As we spoke, there's just too much distance in between the defender spawn as well as the first objective. They had no chance of making it back in time, and now there is such a big time bank, almost 6 minutes, for Johnson and Wales to only get one tick here on the final spot. Here in B, here in the dojo. It's going to be a tough defense. Stevenson wants to make it out of here, but look at all the ultimates that are going to be at ready. Gentalian, though, getting a little too aggressive, might pay for it with their life.
Yeah, they swung back and forth one too many times. That Roadhog hook came in very effectively. And Stevenson University now with a beautiful hold coming out here on second point. Dare say, are we going to see the same thing we saw in the last game?
I wouldn't hold my breath, Juggler. I wouldn't hold my breath. We still got plenty of time. No ultimates really committed. Shinobu back on the Ashe, and we've seen the damage coming from that player. It is impeccable. So let's just see if this next engagement holds in store for us, if we could even get to that point, as Solsta getting quite aggressive, but they're going to need to back off of that one if they want to have that true 6.
Nice hook coming in from Somi-Nomi. It's almost Emix Solsta. Here comes the minefield as well from Gentalian, and they get a couple of picks off the back of it. Gentalian gonna be frozen, but they shake it off like just a small golden winner. And look at this. Now Johnson Wales just about has this point under their toes, and they get it. Johnson and Wales gonna go up 3-0 and win this matchup against Stevenson.
It was definitely a telegraphed ending. We saw it from the beginning. We saw it from Lijiang. We saw it from Rialto especially. But interestingly enough, Bushi's going to be the one to get the play of the game here. I got to say, it was that Molten Core along with the turret placed outside to just have that control both in and out of that site. So, well, not the play that we expected, but it shows that this player certainly is versatile, as well as the entire team, showing tremendous strength in a 3-0 sweep finish.
And I just want to call out that last hammer kill that came in from Torbjorn. They got it at the very last moment. That should go in the highlight reel, I think, for sure. Now, the games may be over, but the broadcast isn't just yet. Stick around because we're going to have another interview coming your way with one of the players from Johnson and Wales. Don't go anywhere. Once again, going to look for a lot of poke damage. Nice TP onto the high ground behind point. And now we're going to see Wisner set up beautifully. But Shinobu's already reared their head and taken Stunty out of the fight once again. Point under Stevenson's control now, and that photon projector is burning through members of Johnson Wales. We've got one tick on the board for Stevenson. They've got a victory condition online, and they turned this into two. We've already got an amplification matrix used, but it's not going to do anything as Shinobu pops off again for Johnson and Wales.
Oh,
They absolutely did. And you know what? I gotta be honest, if Way of Will can build that amp matrix just as fast as they did that first one, they're not gonna have any problems. TP coming in again, this time gonna go over to the right side of point. And once again, Stevenson in control, but they're down one. Make that two members already. Bob now committed from Shinobu, and when there's Shinobu and that Omnic Butler Bob on the prow, things are gonna be really tough for you. Stevenson University gonna fall again.
Yeah. Do here after this ice wall goes down.
Gonna be a lot committed into this fight from both sides. But once again, Stevenson on the rough end of it. They do have two ticks on the board. Now they need someone from Johnson Wales to touch. But that photon projector once again doing tremendous damage. Rez is going to come out from Lermans though. And despite giving up a tick, it looks like they're going to come away with another solid defense. A minute and 30 some seconds left for Steven. Supercharger committed. Solsta going to be the first to fall. Bob committed once again to point. Shinobu's going to find value once again. Weibo commits the amplification matrix. Both of them out on the point right now. And it's just a moment that Stevenson needs to get the point fully under their control, but it's not going to be in the cards this time around. Although there is an effort being put up by Rinzer and Johnny. They're doing their best to stay on point. Johnny just about to get this self-destruct, but it's not going to happen before they're demech once again. And I think that this extended fight is just playing into the hands of Johnson and Wales. Although, I may end up eating my words because Somi Nomi does get a pick on the Solsta, and they're able to come away with the point cap.
What a great take toward the end.
Wisner and Stunty left trying to hold on to this point, but with Bob shooting at you and not missing, it's going to be very difficult to hold on. Johnson and Wales going to come away with a nice second point hold.
Damage boost engaged.
They got to the objective. They wall two.
That was very aggressive coming out from Tintalian. Normally, you don't want to go straight into a team, especially when they've got a Mei on their side, but they're able to survive it. They're able to get out of there with their life in hand. In fact, Solsta's going to get the first pick. Now that Somi Nomi's down, things are going to be tough for Stevenson University. It's going to be up to Johnny to try and keep their team alive. Solsta does fall, but it might not be enough as Johnson Wales still have several members online and ready to go. Stunty falls as well. And now so many of these Stevenson members are staggered. Johnson and Wales, as long as they can just keep
Getting quite aggressive, but they're going to need to back off of that one if they want to have that true 6.
nice hook coming in from Somi Nomi. It's almost demech Solsta. Here comes the minefield as well from Gentalian, and they get a couple of picks off the back of it. Gentalian gonna be frozen, but they shake it off like just a small colded winner. And look at this. Now Johnson Wales just about has this point under their toes, and they get it. Johnson and Wales composition once again gonna look for a lot of poke damage. Nice TP onto the high ground behind point, and now we're gonna see Wisner set up beautifully. But Shinobu's already reared their head and taken Stunty out of the fight once again. Point under Stevenson's control now, and that photon projector is burning through members of Johnson Wales. We've got one tick on the board for Stevenson. They've got a victory condition online, and they turned this into two. We've already got an amplification matrix used, but it's not going to do anything as Shinobu pops off again for Johnson and Wales.
Okay.
Absolutely did. And you know what? I gotta be honest, if Way of Will can build that amp matrix just as fast as they did that first one, they're not gonna have any problems. TP coming in again, this time gonna go over to the right side of point. And once again, Stevenson in control, but they're down one. Make that two members already. Bob now committed from Shinobu, and when there's Shinobu and that Omnic Butler Bob on the prow, things are gonna be really tough for you. Stevenson University gonna fall again.
Yeah. Do here after this ice wall goes down.
Gonna be a lot committed into this fight from both sides. But once again, Stevenson on the rough end of it. They do have two ticks on the board. Now they need someone from Johnson Wales to touch. But that photon projector once again doing tremendous damage. Rez is gonna come out from Lermans though. And despite giving up a tick, it looks like they're gonna come away with another solid defense. A minute and 30 some seconds left for Steven. Supercharger committed. Solsta gonna be the first to fall. Bob committed once again to point. Shinobu's got to find value once again. Weibo commits the amplification matrix. Both of them out on the point right now. And it's just a moment that Stevenson needs to get the point fully under their control, but it's not going to be in the cards this time around. Although there is an effort being put up by Rinzer and Johnny. They're doing their best to stay on point. Johnny just about to get this self-destruct, but it's not going to happen before their DMEC once again. And I think that this extended fight is just playing into the hands of Johnson and Wales. Although, I may end up eating my words because Sominomi does get a pick on the Solsta, and they're able to come away with the point cap.
What a great take toward the end.
Wisner and Stunty left trying to hold on to this point, but with Bob shooting at you and not missing, it's going to be very difficult to hold on. Johnson and Wales going to come away with a nice second point hold.
They got to the objective. Wall 2.
That was very aggressive coming out from Gentalian. Normally you don't want to go straight into a team, especially when they've got a Mei on their side, but they're able to survive it. They're able to get out of there with their life in hand. In fact, Solsta's going to get the first pick. Now that Saminomi's down, things are going to be tough for Stevenson University. It's going to be up to Johnny to try and keep their team alive. Solsta does fall, but it might not be enough as Johnson Wales still have several members online and ready to go. Stunty falls as well. And now so many of these Stevenson members are staggered. Johnson and Wales, as long as they can just keep
Getting quite aggressive, but they're going to need to back off of that one if they want to have that true 6 on.
nice hook coming in from Sominomi. It's almost DMEX Solsta. Here comes the minefield as well from Gentalian, and they get a couple of picks off the back of it. Gentalian gonna be frozen, but they shake it off like just a small colded winner. And look at this. Now Johnson Wales just about has this point under their toes, and they get it. Johnson and Wales position once again, gonna look for a lot of poke damage. Nice TP onto the high ground behind point, and now we're gonna see Wisner set up beautifully. But Shinobu's already reared their head and taken Stunty out of the fight once again. Point under Stevenson's control now, and that photon projector is burning through members of Johnson Wales. We've got one tick on the board for Stevenson. They've got a victory condition online. Can they turn this into two? We've already got an amplification matrix used, but it's not going to do anything as Shinobu pops off again for Johnson and Wales.
So,
They absolutely did. And you know what? I gotta be honest, if Way of Will can build that amp matrix just as fast as they did that first one, they're not gonna have any problems. TP coming in again, this time gonna go over to the right side of point. And once again, Stevenson in control, but they're down one. Make that two members already. Bob now committed from Shinobu, and when there's Shinobu and that Omnic Butler Bob on the prow, things are gonna be really tough for you. Stevenson University gonna fall again.
yeah, do here after this ice wall goes down.
Gonna be a lot committed into this fight from both sides. But once again, Stevenson on the rough end of it. They do have two ticks on the board. Now they need someone from Johnson Wales to touch. But that photon projector once again doing tremendous damage. Rez is gonna come out from Lerman's though. And despite giving up a tick, it looks like they're gonna come away with another solid defense. A minute and 30 some seconds left for Steven. Supercharger committed. Solsta gonna be the first to fall. Bob committed once again to point. Shinobu's gonna find value once again. Weibo commits the amplification matrix. Both of them out on the point right now. And it's just a moment that Stevenson needs to get the point fully under their control, but it's not going to be in the cards this time around. Although there is an effort being put up by Rinzer and Johnny. They're doing their best to stay on point. Johnny just about to get this self-destruct, but it's not going to happen before their DMEC once again. And I think that this extended fight is just playing into the hands of Johnson and Wales. Although, I may end up eating my words because Sominomi does get a pick on the Solsta, and they're able to come away with the point cap.
What a great take toward the end.
Wisner and Stunty left trying to hold on to this point, but with Bob shooting at you and not missing, it's going to be very difficult to hold on. Johnson and Wales going to come away with a nice second point hold.
They got to the objective. Wall 2.
That was very aggressive coming out from Gentalian. Normally you don't want to go straight into a team. Hello and welcome back, everybody. We just saw the exciting conclusion to Johnson and Wales going up against Stevenson University. Johnson and Wales came away with a full sweep 3-0 against them, and we've got the off-tank Solsta in here to interview. How are you doing tonight, Solsta?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing well, doing well. Now, I want to know, how was your job tonight on Off Tank? Did you have a lot to do? Were you constantly flicking back and forth between your backline and front line, or was it fairly smooth sailings for you?
It's pretty smooth sailings. I mean, we comped pretty well together. The team synergy is building up as much as we can. And it just didn't really. It was pretty smooth sails, like you just said.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely looked to be that way. And I want to talk about your defensive setups. First, let's jump over to Rialto. You had not let anyone get into your back line, nor were your DPS players, the damage dealers, really in any danger for the most part. How did you manage to keep everyone in a safety net so nicely?
Well, usually what I do is Shinobu or DPS. When I play Sigma, I like to give him a shield, so he doesn't get blown up by anybody else. Usually that's probably the most to look out for, and then I constantly check our backline, hearing who's flanking us, and I hear from my teammates to hear who's flanking us as well. So I also like have awareness of what's going on as well, thanks to my teammates' comms.
Communication is really one of the pillars of success here in Overwatch, of course. But I also want to jump over to Hanamura on Objective B. We had a bit of an interesting setup, pretty spread out amongst the different levels and angles that you could have. How do you reach a setup like that while also keeping everyone safe?
The same thing from before. It's just like we would notice the Stevenson would be teleporting with Symmetra on the right side of the map, like where you could fall off. So I can hear my team calling that. It just depends on where they are. Like if they're teleporting, then I'll just stay high ground. Or if they're coming from us as well, then if it's too much, then you retreat back, or just drop to point probably. But it's just like it depends on where Stevenson or any team is coming at us. It's just how positioning is key in this game.
So after this win against Stevenson University, what are your team's plans leading into this next match? We're just at the very start of the spring semester, so lots of games to go through from here.
So yeah, we haven't been practicing much, but we want to practice a little more. Our plans is probably to scrim as much as we can, try to build more comps together, more team synergy. And that's pretty much it. Just like more practice. Practice makes perfect, just like trying out new things, even if we don't like it, like comps, but heroes that we don't like to play often that are, really great, essential to getting the wins and stuff. But you gotta do what you gotta do.
Exactly, you absolutely do. You've got to be able to, it's a team game, and you have to be able to swap over to those heroes that are gonna lead to success. Well, congratulations once again to you, Solsta. Excellent play today, and I wish you luck in the future during ECAC.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, guys.
Yeah, you're welcome. And actually, before I let you go, would you like to give any shout-outs to friends, family, teammates, whoever?
Oh, yeah, everybody's watching, shout out to Jay with Blue, all my friends that are watching that aren't on the Overwatch team as well, Lucas, Jenna, anybody else, Adam Dundas, Phoenix, anybody, or George. His name is George. But anybody who's watching, shout out to everybody.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for joining us, Solsta. And again, good luck for the rest of the season.
Thank you so much.
All right. Well, that's going to do it for us for tonight. What a great preseason for Esports U and the first week of ECAC.
Yeah, I'd say it started off to a really great 2-3-0 sweeps. It showed us strengths that we can expect as we go further along in the season. And I'm excited to continue checking out the top squads in the collegiate circuit. And, well, Jungle, I think we got plenty more teams who have what it takes to be a #1 squad here with the Esports U ECAC season. So, plenty to look forward to.
That there is. I just want to give a quick thank you to everybody involved at ECAC and Esports U. Thank you to our producers, Cool Scoots and Coltoon, for doing the job behind the scene. You get to see our faces, but they're working just as hard behind the scenes, if not harder, to bring this cast to you. So thank you so much. Thank you all for tuning in. GG's, and see you next time.